For 5 weeks, the anticipation has been building. We have an awesome day of Overwatch. It is playoff time. Let's go.
And the Atlanta Reign solidify their spot in the playoffs.
Boston Uprising going the distance. San Francisco Shock, one of the greatest holds I have ever seen.
The Fusion clinched their spot in the playoffs.
Congrats, Toronto fans. The Defiant are in the playoffs.
Soul Dynasty complete the clean sweep. That's a 4-0. Oh, that was a sick charge. The bomb is there. They do it again. That is a huge kill. And the Titan will get the 7-0 in stage 1.
Absolute dominance here from this squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. I hope you guys are ready.
What's good, Overwatch fans? We are live in Los Angeles for the Stage 1 playoffs. Today, we're getting set for the first 2 of 4 quarterfinal matches. The Seoul Dynasty are in the building for their first stage playoff appearance ever. The Dynasty are the number 7 seed in our 8-team tournament, which means they'll face our number 2 seed, the mighty New York Excelsior. New York is a perfect 7-0 this season, and one of those wins came against the Seoul Dynasty in Week 3. New York has appeared in all 5 stage playoffs and will try to claim their 3rd stage title this weekend. Welcome inside the Blizzard Arena. This is the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. It's Malik back again, and I'm joined by Zoe and Brent as always. And guys, as you can see, there's no third analyst. It's an empty chair here. We're a little light here on the desk, so we're going to do something a little different today. We're going to welcome in our good friend via remote. It's Sideshow in his normal closet streaming setup. Sideshow, dude, it's so good to see you, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Well, finally be back in some kind of...
You're speaking very low. I think his mom.
Yeah, typical quality of his stream,
it sounds like it looks like he's talking.
Typical scuff stream. But
yeah.
It looks like he's talking to his mom. Yo, what are you thinking about the playoffs going into this weekend, man? You excited?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Sorry, I've got to keep it down because it's really late here over in the UK, you know. Make sure that I don't wake my parents up. Got the...
All right, whoa, hold on.
The sock is muffling you out a little bit, I think.
Hold on. I'm not buying this in the slightest.
You're not buying it?
I don't buy this in the slightest, mate. Sorry,
You're not buying it?
I don't accept this.
Where are you going, Brent?
Give me 1 second.
Brent?
I gotta go check something.
Bad sound quality really upsets
Okay.
Bryn.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm
a
sorry.
thing. He
I'm
just
just
can't handle
stuck in
it.
the northeast of England at the moment. There's not
All right.
much I can do, but I'm really excited.
Stuck in the northeast of England, are you? Stuck in the northeast of England, are you? What do you mean?
I've been
How
busted.
long have you been here for?
Oh, I've been double dipping. The pay's been too good. You don't know about the Twitch Prime, man. It's suckered
This
me
is
in.
unreal. We've been literally an analyst down the entire start of the year.
I know, it's
and you've
been
just been
showing.
in this green room, just chilling.
I know. I'm sorry, Brent. I'm sorry.
Get out of here right now. Come here.
I guess.
Bloody nerve. The bloody nerve of it.
We've been swindled this entire stage.
Well, I guess if I was going to come back for some point, it would be for the good games, right?
Right.
I left you guys the Justice v Mayhem game, and I'll come back in the playoffs.
Right. You at least made it for the playoffs,
Don't worry about
man.
it. Does anyone want my sock?
Yeah, please.
No.
There you go.
Oh,
Get
God.
that.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God.
I knew I was going to regret it.
Maybe
So
we could
good.
toss this into the audience.
Why
I'm
is
so
it
sure
so
by
warm?
Andrew
Like,
won it.
Anyone wants side
Of course. It's had my hot
maybe.
breath on it as I've been pouring my Overwatch knowledge and analysis out of my body into that sock.
I'm going to
Amazing.
steep it in a good English tea.
Put that right there. I might put that on eBay later. You know, I'm a hustler. All right, so now that we've gotten that taken care of, we're beginning the Stage 1 playoffs today, but the field wasn't actually set until Tuesday. The San Francisco Shock had to play the Seoul Dynasty to determine which is the 6th seed and which is the 7th seed. Both teams had the same 4-3 record with a +5 map differential and had not played head-to-head. The Shock won the match 3-0, which is why Seoul is playing New York today. Toronto and Philadelphia were also tied, but elected to decide it with a coin flip, which Toronto won. Here's how the bracket looks now. As you can see, the Shock will play the 3 seed Toronto tomorrow, and Philly will play Atlanta. Vancouver is our number 1 seed. They will take on Boston later today. And our opening match today should be a total slugfest. The NYXL are the number 2 seed, but they haven't lost a match, and many consider them to be the best team in the league. The Dynasty won a huge match against London in Week 5 to make their first stage playoff in 5 chances. They'll now face New York for the 2nd time this season. Bryn, how significant is this first playoff appearance for the Seoul Dynasty?
It's a big deal, Malik, honestly. Seoul Dynasty, this is supposed to be the pride of South Korea.
Yeah.
You know, the esports mecca, if you will. And this is a big deal for them. They've never made a stage playoffs before, and they're up against the New York Excelsior as well, which, realistically speaking as well, you know, all Korean lineup, these guys have been performing on a level that we were always expecting expecting from Seoul Dynasty in the 2019 or 2018 inaugural season, I should say. So this is a big deal for Seoul. They really need to be coming out with at least a good performance in the playoffs. They want to be making the finals, obviously, because they need to be doing their country proud at the end of the day, and this is their first opportunity to do so.
Yeah, they'll be feeling happy about it, making it into the stage playoffs. But I think the only reason they got in this time is it's been expanded to 8 teams, hasn't it? So they were able to sneak in at the end. But it's an opportunity for them.
It's an easier cutoff this year for some of the teams. All right, so we talk a lot about, the defensive play style, both of these teams. Do you think that for, the Dynasty, it could be a problem today, Zoe?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, we talk about the defensive play style from New York so much, and looking at what Seoul has been trying to do is pretty much emulating that very play style.
Yeah.
And that good young man you're seeing on your screens right now is kind of not working with that idea. No, he's not having any of that. He plays so aggressive. He's so far forward. He doesn't like playing that very defensive style, which Seoul clearly wants to be playing. And he is taking, if you look at his statistics, he's taking the most damage in team fights. However, to be fair, he's not dying the most as far as all main tanks go. So I guess that's good. But overall, that's a clash of playstyle within the own team.
It is
so
weird.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue to have to figure out. Hopefully today.
Yeah, and I think the other matchup here that's so important is how Fissure and whoever they end up fielding plays against Mano. Because although Fissure is the most handsome, the greatest main tank, who is better than Fissure?
Self-proclaimed.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Mano, is it Mano?
It probably is Mano. I mean, the guy is the best main tank in the league right now. Mano for the NYXL. He's also been one of the best main tanks for many years now and really hasn't got the praise. So although Fissure is the more famous, the more popular of these two main tanks, it's definitely Mano that's been coming up with outrageous statistics. Never makes a mistake. In my opinion, and in the opinion of most of the analysts at the moment, he is the best. Bumper does those crazy 180 shatters, but Mano is so consistent.
Is it because he isn't flashy that Mano isn't sticking out?
I definitely agree, yeah. I mean, anybody on the NYXL apart from Jonak, because everybody else is playing a very supportive style and the team tries to minimize mistakes, it's hard to stand out. But if you took any one of those players and put them on another team, they would look like a star talent.
Right. And you saw that. He's first in fewest deaths, so Mano is definitely one of the top tier. But map selection works a little differently in the playoffs than in the regular season. Here are all the available maps for Stage 1. The team with the better seed chooses the first map from the control options. After that, the loser of each map selects the next map from a designated map type. The first team to 3 maps wins the match. The map pool is so important in these matches that we're hearing Seoul actually made some surprising lineup decisions because of it. Let's send it down to our insider, Danny Lim, to find out what's going on. Danny?
Thanks, Malik. I had a chance to speak with both teams as they arrived at the stadium. After playing the Shock on Tuesday for seeding, Seoul told me that they felt like they were at a disadvantage going into today with only 1 day to prepare, and that not knowing which map NYXL was going to choose affected their starting lineup choices. Fissure will not be starting today in favor of Marvel for that reason, and for New York, they were confident going into the game, but do not feel like they were complacent against Seoul in their matchup earlier in Stage 1. And if they don't keep their focus during the entire match today, they can easily lose. Something to keep an eye on, New York chose Ilios as the first map, and both teams told me that whoever wins the first map will win the series. Malik, back to you at the desk.
Thank you very much, Danny. Now, here are the starting lineups for Seoul versus New York. As Danny mentioned, Fissure is out of the starting lineup. We've also got Toby and Zumba back in the starting lineup. Zoe, how do you feel about the starters for Seoul?
Oh, man. I mean, this worked well against other teams. We did see the Zumba Fitz Marvel combination before. I don't think it's terrible.
No.
But against New York, I just don't know if that's the right move.
It worked against Justice, right?
Yeah, but exactly.
This is a serious point, but they do look like a decent team. The B roster for Seoul, if we want to even call them the B roster now, they might end up being the A roster, is actually pretty stacked, and they looked good. You take Fleda away from the Zarya, you put him on the Brig, where he looks better than Munchkin. I don't know, this is a comparable lineup.
I've been preaching this for quite some time for Seoul. I've been the biggest advocate of this particular move. I feel like Fissure, he's had so many issues in previous teams. He's a very sort of aggressive figure in terms of his actual calling. He likes to main call a lot, and I feel like this is probably a necessary move.
Why the playoffs,
why would you
though?
take the Jaxi out then? Jaxa. Why are you taking Jaxa out?
I mean, maybe they're more comfortable. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, for at least in the Fisher section, I can completely understand why they would replace him with Marvel. But it seems to be a recurring theme now where Fisher's not playing in the playoffs.
Yeah, you're right about that. Well, guys, anyone who thinks New York is the best team might want to take that up with the Vancouver Titans. When we come back, the Titans will tell us why they aren't scared of the NYXL one bit. This is the Watchpoint pre-show.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
The Boston Uprising completed an epic reverse sweep against Dallas last week to earn their way into the Stage 1 playoffs. Their prize, if they want to call it that, is facing the #1 seeded, undefeated Vancouver Titans. Both of these teams have been interesting and had interesting stories throughout Stage 1. Sideshow, what's the most thing that has you the most excited about this Boston versus Vancouver matchup for the first time?
Honestly, it's got to be the battle of the main tanks. This is just two chads throwing hammers at each other. It's unbelievable. The Boston Uprising has Fusions, yes, but the Vancouver Titans has Bumper. And both of these guys are insane. They're crazy. They run at the other team. They swing their hammer around. Sometimes it looks like they don't have a clue what they're doing, but they make it work anyway. Both very talented, both very intelligent, honestly. Fusions with his shot calling really leads Boston, but Bumper is also the leader for the Vancouver Titans. People might not expect that because everyone else has to support him, but Bumper is the driving force behind this team. And both of them are just powered forward by this humongous beast at the front of their front line.
So when I'm looking at this match in particular, I was looking at how the playstyle is going to be matching up. And in particular, Boston Uprising are a team that like to have their set plays to realistically know how they're going to be winning when it comes to these matches. They love to set them up, but the Vancouver Titans, they play a very chaotic, very high sort of momentum, aggressive play style. And this is exactly the antithesis that's going to be breaking apart the Boston Uprising, in my opinion. It's the one thing, you know, to have a game plan coming into a match to every single team fight. But the Vancouver Titans, if they're playing aggressive and hard into Boston, not letting them set up, playing chaotic, not letting them really get their thoughts into order, this, I feel like, is going to be a real big issue for Boston. And if they don't overcome this, this might be a very one-sided fight between these two teams.
Yeah, then one thing when we're looking at those play styles is also that Boston, they like those setup plays. And one of the main things they have been doing is trying to get into the back lines. So note specifically on that D.Va has been very aggressive. We did talk about his statistics on getting that first pick onto Zenyatta's. I just don't think that's going to matter too much to the Vancouver Titans. They have, in fact, the highest win rate when being short-handed. So even if Twilight would get picked up, it wouldn't even matter to them. They just power through it anyway. We talk about this time and time again, how they win fights. They have no business of winning.
Right.
Literally no business of winning. They just kind of make it work.
Yeah, I think everybody's in a habit of like taking a deep breath after they get one pick. But no, it's not over.
It's like, no. Even if they get 2 picks, like, so maybe they still get it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, though, to highlight that strategy that they have of being able to take down the Zen. I think that's a very good point. Recently, Fusions was on an interview oversight with Monte Cristo, and he was talking about this strat that they call the shake split. And what happens is Note and Kellex hide, they wait to bait the enemy Rein forwards, and then they dive them. Look at Note and Kellex here. They're waiting until Fissure is baited forwards, and Jaehong's just on his own at the back, and they dive in at the back. They call this the Shake split after their head coach Shake, who came up with the strategy, and it's a great set play, like you're saying here, Zoe, of being able to take out a player in the back lines. And it's this kind of stuff that makes the Boston Uprising's coaching staff a bit of a hard carry for the team.
I want to call it Note Goats, though.
The Note Goats.
I want to call it Note Goats. Can we change this, please?
You got to give the coaches some credit, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No,
you know? For sure. It's cool, but will it work against Vancouver? That's the question. All right, well, this battle between our number 1 and number 8 seed could go either way, but don't tell the Titans that. We spoke to Haxel and Slime about their mindset entering the playoffs, and they seem to have their sights set on a different opponent down the road.
Vancouver Titans, the number 1 seed in stage 1.
저희가 무패로 플레이오프까지 올라오게 되었는데 팀적으로 맞춰진 게 많아서 성적이 많이 좋았던 것 같아요.
And the Vancouver Titans just rub salt in the wounds.
저희 3-3이 다른 팀보다 한 단계 더 높은 것 같고 좀 어나더 레벨.
If we do get that Vancouver Titans versus NYXL match, that is going to be a thunderously good series.
저희는 뉴욕이 단 하나도 무섭지 않아요. 왜냐하면 약간 3탱3일 메타에서 뉴욕은 가장 수비적이면서 단단한 팀이고 저희는 이제 공격적이면서 변수를 가장 많이 만드는 팀인데 그런 면에서 상성을 봤을 때는 창이 이기지 않을까 싶어요, 방패를.
The Titan manages to get the 4K. Just absolute dominance. Brutal, savage, wrecked.
뉴욕이 지금 최강이라 평가받고 있는데 그 뉴욕을 이기면 저희가 가장 센 팀이 되니까 좋을 것 같아요.
Canadian squad looking indomitable here into the half.
그때 평가전에서도 이미 뉴욕의 많은 선수들과 스크림에서 다 이겨봤으니까 이번에 또 이길 거고 그래서 별로 무섭진 않습니다.
Big shadow, it's huge, just what they needed. Shadow, he does it again.
뉴욕 팀한테 한마디 하자면 그렇게 쉽지 않으실 거예요. 되게 쉬운 대진표로 올라오셔서 저희 만나면 한 세트도 못 하실 것 같다 생각해요, 저는.
Well, those are some fighting words for whenever we see New York and Vancouver play. Vancouver wants all the smoke. Haxel backs up his talk quite well on Brigitte. As you can see, he's among the best offensive Brigittas in the league. He's second in 5 major categories and not much worse in healing and armor provided. The Stage 1 playoffs has us feeling creative here on the Watchpoint pre-show. When we come back, we've got some special toy ideas for a few of our playoff teams. You're going to want to stick around for that. More Watchpoint coming up.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
Absolute dominance here.
Oh my God! Mecco decimates their lineup! Oh, it's beautiful!
They are one of our most terrifying teams we have ever seen in any stage of Overwatch League.
We've checked in on these stats a few times this stage, and they just don't change much. Nene has been a force on Zarya. He's using those Graviton Surge ultimates better than anyone, dying less than everyone, and leading one of the most talented damage-dealing rosters in the league. As we get into the Stage 1 playoffs, we wanted to pitch some toy ideas that represent some of our playoff teams. These are homemade prototypes that we think might actually be ready for production. So we're going to get Zoe to start things off.
Yeah, I think mine is definitely ready. My game is called Confusion, and the goal is to get to the playoffs. If you read the rules, seem a little bit complicated. All you have to do is figuring out how to get the fusions to the playoffs, so you can take these routes, or you being fusion. And then you just take this one. It takes a little getting used to. Not everyone can win, but, you know, it gets you to the playoff eventually. So that's the whole point of the game. I think it's pretty simple.
Yeah, that sounds... I don't want to play that against other people, though, unless I am the fusion.
Exactly.
I mean, right? Yeah.
Might be a flaw there.
Very reasonable. So for my prototype toy, I've gone for the shock in the box, as I call it. And if I just... Thank you, Zoe. I actually don't know how this works exactly, but we'll other way. Oh, what?
It's a very complicated game.
I get scared.
Turn it that way so the people can see it. That way, that way.
I get scared.
There we go.
I get
What's in there, bro? Is it gonna come out? There it is! Oh!
Whoa, there you go. It's Coach Krusty. You know, it's
Krusty. Hanging out in the box.
Love Coach Krusty. You know what I mean?
Why is he in a box?
I don't know.
I don't really understand this. If it was supposed to be a coach that tries to think outside the box but ends up just getting clowned on, why isn't it Wizard Young instead?
Oh!
Well, it's a
goodness.
prototype. We can still change it. You know, there's still time.
All right.
There's still time. Let me just get him back in there.
Not even in the playoffs to defend themselves. Come on.
Right. This prototype here is basically, I mean, you've heard of this before, but this is a representation of the Vancouver Titans. They came into the league with so much ability to play GOATs that they're out here playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. The problem with that is that the NYXL, they're out here playing a totally different game. They are out here playing underwater 10D Mahjong.
Let me assist you real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just fill it up with some Dasani, official sponsor of the Overwatch League.
Just dump it all in there.
I don't really know the rules, and I'm not sure they do either, but...
I mean, Mahjong's already hard as is. So.
Yeah, 10-dimensional underwater Mahjong. I mean, they're playing some advanced stuff out here.
Yeah,
okay.
They really are.
On sale soon.
All right, all right. You know what? I like all these toy ideas. Coming to a market soon near you, all you guys. All right. We are less than 10 minutes from our 2018 MVP and our MVP runner-up taking the stage. We'll see who can punch their ticket to the semifinals, and we'll reveal our Stage 1 playoff bracket predictions next on the WatchPoint pre-show presented by State Farm.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Here go Fleta and the Seoul Dynasty getting ready to go into some uncharted territory here in the stage playoffs. This is their first time ever making it, but they got a tall order taking down the NYXL, who are no strangers to the stage playoffs. They've been to every single one that we've had here at the Overwatch League. We'll see if they can make a run and get their first stage playoff title of the year. Now, this time of the year is all about brackets, so we decided to fill out some of our own for the Stage 1 playoffs. Problem is, everyone had the same bracket. So our collective watch point Stage 1 bracket has the Shock upsetting the 3-seeded Toronto Defiant before losing to Vancouver. Philly and New York advance, with the NYXL moving on to face and defeat the Titans in our Stage 1 championship. But what if it doesn't go down like this? I'm going to get an upset pick from each one of you. So we're going to start with you.
Okay, so here's the thing, Malik. My upset pick will be that Atlanta is actually going to beat the Fusion. And yeah, it's going to sound as if this is an upset pick. I honestly have just been overruled by everyone else because I generally believe that's going to happen. But yeah, let's call it upset for the sake of the argument.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Fair enough.
My upset pick is actually going to be the San Francisco Shock, who I'm expecting to be in the semifinals. We're all kind of expecting them to be in the semis. Actually upsetting the Vancouver Titans. So this is what I feel like there's a good chance of this potentially happening here. I like to put a lot of stock in coaching staffs behind teams, and I rate Shunk's coaching staff realistically at the very tippity top. So I'm expecting that there is some upset potential right there.
I'm going to go with the Philadelphia Fusion over the NYXL in the semifinals as well.
Wow.
I know that that's a strong upset to try and call, but the Philadelphia Fusion have an unreal understanding of how to play Winston Goats. And I think the problem with Philly over the course of this has been that when they lost Boombox in the middle, their play really slumped. If they can find that form, they really can beat anybody. And I mean, nobody would have expected Philly to be able to beat New York in the 2018 playoffs.
Right.
And they ended up getting the upset win there. So if there's a team that you know can just kind of pop out of nowhere and perform incredibly during the playoffs, it's them.
They were actually one of the first teams in the stage playoffs that we saw make the NYXL bleed a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare. But guys, that does it for the Watch Point pre-show presented by State Farm. It's time for some Overwatch. Enjoy the quarterfinals.
For 5 weeks, the anticipation has been building. We have an awesome day of Overwatch. It is playoff time. Let's go.
And the Atlanta Braves solidify their spot in the playoffs.
Boston Uprising going the distance. San Francisco Shock, one of the greatest holds I have ever seen.
The Fusion clinched their spot in the playoffs.
Congrats, Toronto fans. The Defiant are in the playoffs.
Seoul Dynasty complete the clean sweep. That's a 4-0. Oh, that was a sick charge. The bomb is there. They do it again. That is a huge kill. And the Titans will get the 7-0 in stage 1.
Absolute dominance here from this squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. I hope you guys are ready.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Stage 1 playoffs. I'm Achilles, joined by Wolf, and we could not be more excited to kick things off here. We have NYXL going up against the Seoul Dynasty, their first stage playoff performance here that we're getting ready to see. NYXL have been in every single one to date, but can Dynasty get that upset? That is the big question on our minds. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, as we get ready to dive into the playoffs and see how things could unfurl here as we move forward.
Yeah, it's crazy that the majority of the teams actually in our Stage 1 playoffs have not been to playoffs before. Remember, we will move on to top 4. We'll be on ABC, as well as the grand finals there will be on ABC on March 24th, just 2 days from now. Let's talk about Seoul Dynasty, though. We know, as Danny mentioned earlier, this is their first playoff appearance, but they will not be bringing their starting lineup with Fisher this evening. It will be what we have been referring to as the B-Team roster, which is mostly the original Seoul Dynasty, the Lunatic High players coming through with Fitz and Marvel. So no Fisher here on this starting lineup, and that's a bit of a surprise for most fans.
Yeah, definitely a big surprise for us, especially getting ready to come in here today. You know, we knew that we were going to be casting this match, and we're like, of course, you know, Fisher versus Mono, how are these guys going to line up against each other? We're going to have to wait a little bit longer, it would seem, as we go further into this series to maybe figure that out, unless they keep Marvel in throughout.
It's pretty puzzling, to be honest, that we're not going to see him here, given that he had a great performance in the last match he played.
Of course.
So we'll see how this works out. This could come to backfire for the Seoul Dynasty as well.
It really could. So we'll have to see how they perform. Taking a look at the NYXL, though, it has been nothing but clean play from these guys throughout the entire stage.
Everyone has predicted them as the champions. Everyone. And, you know, Mono said in an interview with ESPN that, you know, versus Vancouver, they have 2 swords. We have a sword and a shield. And that was the quote he put forward, saying they can only attack, we will defend. In this series against the Dynasty, they're going to have to use that shield as the Dynasty come in very, very aggressively. Their playstyle, you could almost call it a mace with nails sticking out of it, some screws even.
Yep.
Very aggressive, very scrappy.
Good old spiked bat. Well, let's go ahead and bring them out here. Our first team for the Stage 1 playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Seoul Dynasty.
Reppin' 82, I'm in Seoul City. Riding down the streets, got my homies with me. Pull up in a Rover, steady watching over.
First playoffs ever for this squad. It's been a long time coming, and that may be part of why we see this roster walk out. For Fleta, Toby, Jaehyung, and Zumba, you know, they played through the entire inaugural season without having a single opportunity to play in playoffs, and now they get to stand in front of this crowd, and maybe it might be that they get the upset today. They go further than just first round of playoffs, but it's not going to be easy with this new roster coming through. Fitz and Marvel, no longer Fisher at the helm.
Well, their opponents, like you said, an upset is an understatement. If they could pull this off, their opponents have been in every single stage playoff to date. Let's see if they can surge forward into the semifinals by taking down the Dynasty. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the New York Excelsior.
5 back-to-back playoffs for this squad. They have not missed a single one. They come in as second seed, but every analyst across the globe is predicting this team to win the entire stage. You know, you talked about it being an upset. If Seoul's able to take this one, it might be one of the biggest upsets in Overwatch League history if it is to happen. This team comes in very defensive style, very much in a lot of ways countering what Fisher's style is on the main tank. If he is subbed in later, that matchup between Mono and Fisher is going to be an interesting one to watch, and that's the one fans expected to see tonight right out of the gates.
Yeah, I mean, expect that if Marvel does well in this first map, as we get ready to go into Control, maybe he does just play through the remainder of this series. We'll go ahead and take a look at some lineups here, of course. A big rivalry between these two. JJoNak, formerly looking up to Ryo Jae-hong, one of the guys who was considered one of the best players in the world at one point. Now JJoNak leading in almost every single metric.
This is the apprentice has become the master, right? JJoNak said he looked up to Jae-hong. Jae-hong and him never got to face in Apex, as JJoNak was destined to play in Apex Season 4. LW Blue dropped out. He became part of that new roster that we now know as NYXL. They never got to face each other in a high-stakes matchup like this one, where it is best of 5. You've got this first of 3 match, single elimination bracket. This is for all the marbles. And finally now, if he defeats Jae-hong here, he can prove that he has surpassed him.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the map set presented by Toyota. Of course, I have to remember JJonak's quote there saying, "I will never let you beat me." But it will be Ilios starting things off for us in this series. Then we'll move on to Hybrid, Assault, Escort, and Control if we can make it all the way to a Game 5. Of course, we don't know what maps are coming because the loser will select. So whichever team can't come out on top of Ilios will be deciding where we move for that Hybrid map. But Ilios will be the staging ground to kick things off. Seoul Dynasty changing things up, bringing out the B squad as we have, kind of given them that name. If they can get success here, it would be absolutely huge for them for the rest of this series.
And, it was mentioned on the desk earlier for the pre-show that the B squad may become the A squad. This is how Ilios is played. You can see the description there as well. First to 100% wins, and that means the first capture matters a lot. Not only when you get the first capture does your opponent have to contest it, but they will not be able to capture it until every member on the opposing side is dead. So the defender, whoever grabs it first, is going to have that massive percentage advantage, which will then lead to an ultimate lead. Now, in this meta, we're seeing a lot of Orisa on this map in particular because her halt, which will drag members towards a certain point, can knock members into the well itself. It's very strong against Winston in particular here, if he's used his jump pad already, or his jump pack.
Yeah, that's exactly what Marvel's going to be working with, is that Winston. So maybe Mono can start off this series in a nice way for the NYXL by putting him in the pit. For now, NYXL inside track on the point, but they're taking a fight. They're actually going aggressive against the Seoul Dynasty. They push their way forward, almost take down Fitz right off the bat. Massive skirmish inside here. Mono trying to cut around the corner, but he's going to be the first one to follow. Zumba finds a killing blow. JJoNak going to be sunned up in the corner. They push around, and Ryo Jae-hong is going to be taking him down. They do manage to find 1 kill onto Marvel. The Cap getting ready to come through for NYXL, but with the man advantage here for the Dynasty, they should be able to flip back around and make sure that they get this first cap.
Hey, already, Jae-hong gets the first kill in the duel. The Orisa pick does not work out. They could not have positional advantage, had to engage with the composition. It's not meant to engage like that. The Orisa just simply cannot leap in like a Winston can and cannot do that same amount of AoE damage. They fought with a comp that was weaker in that situation, and as a result, Seoul Dynasty gets the lead here. Jae-hong is looking for another pick onto JJoNak. That would be massive here on the defense.
Yeah, just taking these right clicks where he can, trying to get a pick off. Unable to find one so far. Rally's going to be coming through. Fleta going to be taken down. JJoNak answers back. Finds the kill to open things up for the NYXL. As they get ready to work their way over onto the point, they're looking for a little bit more. They see that Jae-hong is dangerously low, and then they pushing forward. High energy here with Azaria. Manages to come up with the kill. Now they're off the point. Seoul Dynasty looking like they're going to be losing this one rather early. Only going to be 35% or so gain for them.
Yeah, an insanely one-sided fight. A very fast flip here for New York. Mono will match and actually pass the ult charge of Marvel despite starting on the Orisa and swapping. And now they will have nearly 6 ultimates. If you include the armor that's just decayed, it was 6 ultimates here that the New York Excelsior hold now on the defense. They have the defensive trance against what will be coming up here in Fitz's Graviton Surge. The Winston duel is massive, though, because both of these Winstons can knock members into the pit, and that can change everything, grab or no.
I mean, taking a look at it right now, everybody perfectly mirror match. We have the mirror tops coming through. Everybody having the same ultimates. Now they're going to be thrown in, and they locking them up. Lots of bombs going off. Zumba looking for the pigs. The shields are in, but Zumba still managed to fight too. As Anamo and Mane will both be taken down. The charge forward coming in from the Seoul Dynasty as they look to get the point with 3 kills going their way so far. It seems like they will be able to do it. A lot of ultimates thrown out, pretty much everything other than Winston ultimates, but crucially, Toby maintains that sound barrier.
It's not just Apex, where Zumba has made a name for himself on the D.Va. You know, he's done it on the World Cup squad as well. Lunatic High, where he comes from, where he joined this team, is one of the original founding members of the Seoul Dynasty. He's been benched for a long time, but already coming out here with big explosive kills. Very ult efficient the way that Seoul Dynasty retook this. They get to hold on to that very important Primal Rage, and they still have that sound barrier. Nene using the grab later in that fight means he doesn't have one, and he hasn't built even half the charge of Fitz here because they were losing that fight.
Fitz surging forward massively there, now going to be at 90%. Mono's leaping into the back, has the Primal Rage rolling for another 6 seconds. He doesn't really have a target. Gets the drop down here on the Marvel, who is still holding on to his Primal Rage. Knocks him into the pit, but he's got the leap. So Marvel's going to be safe. Comes his way into the back, and now he's wreaking havoc. Pops the Primal Rage, does not give us a points around, and Libero will be taken down as Fitz pushes forward 100 energy on this Zarya with another grab built up, but he doesn't have to use it yet. He can wait for the reapproach from NYXL as they clean him up, if there's going to be one, because right now Dynasty are at 92%.
This is such a great fight for Dynasty. I think this is going to be the one that ends it here. They can't get onto the point realistically here. They're just too blocked out. Only Lumeko, and he can touch it.
Yeah, saw him wrapping around the back, but he cannot make it in time. The first round, very convincingly going the way of Seoul Dynasty.
Now, this is a map type, though, that New York Excelsior, especially well here, not necessarily going to be their best way to play their style. It's a bit chaotic. There's a lot of X factors in terms of the Primal Rages, the flanking positions. They didn't get to play their poke style like they normally do with JJoNak, where they chunk down members of the opposing team, then commit to engagements, because there's simply too many line of sight blockers across the map, whether it's the, grapevine looking vents, you've got the walls of those buildings there. Only really the center is where JJonak's able to get those shots off, and he was dove upon. And we saw much better Winston play, honestly, out of Marvel overall, playing the more defensive style in the later primals. Now, New York can play their style. This is the most open part of Ilios, and this is where he's going to be able to, as Zenyatta, JJoNak will do a lot of damage. They can commit into those fights and kill the weakened members.
Well, let's see, again, scrappiness off the bat. Pushing their way forward, a lot of damage going through on Mono, nearly getting knocked off the side, however, with Zimba, but does manage to jet his way back onto solid ground, keeps himself safe. Meko getting tagged up. NYXL having to play back behind the shield at the moment, deny away this poke damage is flying in from Jayhawk. Cap gets ready to roll through, and Dynasty will grab control first.
Gotta say, Marvel's more defensive style is really giving New York some trouble here, and it's normally defense, defense, defense we see from New York, but perhaps they didn't expect Marvel to be in the slide. Perhaps they expected to be playing against Fisher. They haven't prepared against this style. They're struggling.
Well, stun up here on a Marvel. He'll get knocked into the corner, trying desperately to keep him alive. Goes lower and lower, but nothing will take this man down. He is still in the fight, and Meko gets popped out of his mech in all of this chaos. Now the grab's gonna be coming through from Fitz. Marvel gets a pin on a Mono. Bomb thrown down straight in front. Shield comes up, but it's not going to be enough to save the baby Diva's life. Meko will get popped from Seoul Dynasty. Surge forward again, back towards NYXL.
This is insane what we are watching right now. Marvel is playing an insanely passive Reinhardt. He's forcing Mono into uncomfortable situations. He's forcing Mono to be the aggressor, which has never been his strength. And now that they have this control, it's going to be that way again. New York has to be the aggressor. They're the ones who have to make this attack approach.
Very far forward now, though, is Marvel. Managed to keep him alive once. Can they do it again? Seems like it's not going to be the full commitment from the NYXL this time around, so we'll be able to retreat with the rest of his squad safely. Nene holding on to this grab, the first one that he's built up on this round. Fits 30% away from the next one. Grab's going to be coming down. Jayhawk pumps the Transcendence. He's not quite in onto the grab yet, but now joins in. Sound barrier comes in from the NYXL. Shatter out. Not going to find much from Mono. Marvel, however, still going to be taken down by Fitz the Novel. The team is dropping like flies. NYXL do not stand a chance. The team wipe comes through. Seoul Dynasty looking to get a 2-0 start on Ilios.
Fitz with a huge grab there. Not even full energy. It doesn't matter. He hits the grab. He commits despite the loss there of Marvel. He tanked all the cooldowns, all the damage. They come in, they commit. No fear here, and even if they lose this next fight, they're down on ultimates, but with 99%, the defenders, they'll be able to build up 6 and very likely take the 2-0 you just mentioned.
High energy here from Fitz right up into their faces for a moment there as he tries to get that next one online, but Toby's going to get picked off. Meko finding that kill. JJoNak now with the Transcendence online will be forced to use it. He goes lower and lower. He's pushing forward. He's trying to guide the team with him. He's saying, look, guys, I'm up in the front. I've got the healing. Follow me and take down this tank line. Marvel will crumble. This will be the flip.
Two critical things. We saw JJoNak use his Transcends in that fight. That's a huge tool there. Not going to have for the ensuing grab. And Jaehong lived long enough, played back, knowing that he just wanted his teammates to buy time on the point while he built that last part of his Transcends. He was about 50. He got the last 50%. These are the two tools they're going to have to flip this point. Very unlikely New York can hold this without an eat on the grab by Meko. If he can eat the grab, that's their best shot. Otherwise, they're just going to be trading up here in ults.
Historically, Meko not leading the charge in ults eaten here across the entire league. That'll be Janu on the Titans. Grab's going to be coming through, only locks up Toby. Transcendence around the corner. J-Hope joins in, tries to grab, but it's not going to be enough. They managed to focus him down, but now the answering grab comes through, pops up into the air. Libero's going to be gone. The bomb's not going to find any picks, but the rest of the Dynasty are. Dream members down on the NYXL for just Toby's life, who will rejoin very swiftly. They open up the point. The flip getting ready to come back through. Only 45% gained at the moment as they try desperately to delay. Meko even going to be using the self-destruct, trying to make it back in, but Jaehong has the right click. They take him down. The flip will now come in. The pile driver hits. Libero's knocked out of the park, and this is looking like a 2-0. Unless they can pull off a miracle with the back of the shadow there from Marvel, they can't do anything. Seoul Dynasty kick off their first stage playoff appearance with a 2-0 victory over the New York Excelsior.
No one could have seen this coming, even if it was Fisher in the starting lineup, but this is the old Lunatic High lineup. What an upset already off the bat here.
Absolutely
great defensive style.
Bonkers. Absolutely bonkers way to start this. Let's see how it continues when we come back from the break in just a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered. And by State Farm. Whatever life brings your way, State Farm is here to help life go right.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. The Houston Outlaws were just about to the end of Rialto when the Atlanta Reigns Dogman kept his entire team alive almost single-handedly through ults from Sombra, Reinhardt, Zarya, and Zenyatta, then followed up with a perfectly timed bionic grenade to punish his enemies and keep his entire team alive for the fight.
Well, that's one way to send a message. And the Atlanta Reigns will take the series, solidify this fight in the playoffs.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Man, what a way to kick off the Stage 1 playoffs. Seoul Dynasty able to take Ilios with a 2-0. NYXL looking out of sorts at the start of this. We know that Dynasty, especially when Fisher is in the roster, loves to go super aggressive. But it seemed like NYXL just weren't ready for it with Marvel coming in. They were playing both sides of the coin, passive at some moments, and then also going super aggro at other times.
They traded up on ults by playing defensive, forcing NYXL to approach them on a lot of these fights. In particular, on the first round there on Well, we saw Marvel uses Primal Rage second, dive in second, do that extra damage. Using your ultimate second is always going to give you the advantage.
Well, let's go ahead and throw down to Mika real quick, because she's got some insight for us, so maybe it'll lead to why NYXL did not pick up this victory here at the start.
Thanks Ilios, guys, yeah, I talked to New York before the game started, and they said that they picked Ilios specifically because they were confident that they could take this map off of Seoul. But we just saw the opposite happen, and I heard that Seoul said if they took the first map, they would have the momentum and the confidence to take this series away from New York. So who will actually be the victor at the end of the day? We'll just have to find out. So for now, back to you, Wolf and Achilles.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a lot of you know, expectations for themselves, the NYXL coming in, thinking that they're going to be able to get that first round of control. I think that based on all of the analyst predictions so far, touting that they could very well be the finalists, if not the champion of Stage 1, I think that that is a pretty warranted expectation for them. But now they do go down a 2-0, very one-sided Ilios. That could mess with them mentally.
I mean, this is something that New York and previously Luxury Watch Blue has done in the past, is get nervous and choke in these big important moments. This isn't the important moment. The important moment is against Vancouver, right? I think they will be able to calm down. I think they will be able to bring us to a tied series after, you know, we head into map 2. It'll be their map pick, so they don't have to face Seoul on Numbani necessarily, which you would imagine had Seoul lost, they would have picked here since we do have loser picks in playoffs. So New York now just needs to get themselves back in the right mindset. They were expecting to play against Fischer. He's very aggressive. That works very well for them, right? And that's what they've done throughout this entirety of this stage during regular season is wait, let JJoNak do that poke damage, come in, collapse, get those first kills, the first kill, the first 2 kills, and then you win every fight, you trade up an ultimate. Marvel didn't allow that to happen, and I think they were caught a little bit off guard by the fact that he was playing such an opposite style than Fischer, which is probably what they scrimmed and prepared for heading into this first playoff match.
I mean, you can see all the investment going in. It was almost Titans-esque there on Ruins. All of the investment just trying desperately to keep Marvel alive. They were able to do it, and then they turned the fight around. So it's fantastic stuff from Dynasty to begin with this series. But like you said, loser does get to pick the next map. So Hybrid coming up next. Where do you think that we are going to be headed? Because Numbani historically not the greatest for NYXL. The last time they played against Dynasty, actually saw a fuller hold. They came back in, they full held NYXL, and were able to take a victory there. I think we're going to stray away from that, but where else do you think they would want to take us?
I think that we're probably looking at King's Row here, right? I mean, it's a map where you have so many choke points you could utilize, your tank lineup, your tank combos. You're going to have substitutions here. We'll talk about the maps in a second. Fischer subbing in for Toby.
Okay. There's some...
We'll need to verify that one. I'm like, wait till we see all the subs here.
There's some interesting stuff going on here. But yeah, just going to be swapping out in the different seats. Michelle coming in for Fitz. So now we're starting to look a bit more like the standard squad that we're used to seeing from the Dynasty. As long as Marvel is not sitting at the end of that row.
Yeah, we'd have to check on that one. Munchkin will be coming in as well over Zumba, so no longer will we see Zumba. And the question is Marvel still in now as well? Because that's going to be the big question here.
Okay, now he comes in. So Jexay will be coming through. So swapping back over to the standard squad that we have seen from the Dynasty. So maybe just a control thing coming in with the B squad, as we've been calling it. Either way, looked fantastic. So now the other question here is, if they lose on Hybrid, do they feel pressure to go back to that squad that got them a win on Control?
I mean, that is the big question here. But if they're able to take the second map, yeah, I mean, that's the big question. You know, if they could take the second map, then I think that you stick with this roster. You've got this massive momentum advantage. When you take a look at how the Zenyatta matchup went, obviously in terms of final blows, you're going to see advantage to Jaehong. They were winning almost every team fight.
It's just a one pick.
Yeah.
At the beginning, but that was all it took.
Yeah. This is, honestly, when I look at this, I actually feel like JJoNak is in a lot of ways more impressive than Jaehong because they lost the majority of the fights. He's still only 4 deaths to Jaehong's 1 as well. So it's a pretty close matchup so far. I know everyone was hyping this one up because it's the Master versus the Apprentice, but I didn't think it would be this close. I thought JJoNak would destroy. It ends up being very, very close to start things off, and you know, we're seeing a lot of these transcends for Jaehong be a little bit more impactful than JJoNak because the team fights go secondary to the Seoul Dynasty. They get the heals coming through. Will be Hollywood, the map choice here.
Okay, so not King's Row, but another one that is very friendly to the 3-3 style. And one that is very familiar to the NYXL. So not too shocking. Numbani definitely would have been a curveball, but this or Kings Row, both picks do make sense and are somewhat unsurprising for them. But finding success, that's where the importance really lies for them, because like you said, if they go down 0-2, do they just lose? Can they actually try to engineer a reverse sweep over Seoul Dynasty when they have that much momentum behind them? Right now, it's just Ilios. So it's not getting out of hand quite yet for the NYXL, but we have to see what happens as we get ready to jump in from map number 2. Let's go ahead. There we go.
So taking a look at this map in particular, one of the reasons why I thought we'd see Kings Row is because it's a map that's pretty standard and straightforward, right? There's not a lot of tricky parts to it. It's very straightforward. It's choke point oriented. We've seen so much success with Nene. Setting up grabs into shatters and the self-destructs. Like the tank ultimate combos for New York have been absolutely stellar all season long. The reason why you take, I believe, Hollywood, which you can see it's a payload map here where you escort the payload after, it's a hybrid map, I should say, because you escort the payload after being the first cap. You have so much space to work with throughout the entire map to poke with Zenyatta, and this is Zenyatta's Paradise map. On both the attack and the defense, the Zenyatta matchup often determines whether you get a fast cap on A. If you get the Transcends first, you can force a fight, and that's what New York will look to do here as they head through. We'll see Mono throw his Fire Strike, say JJoNak's going to be looking for a right-click kill or just damage enough to get that first Transcendence up. Otherwise, they're going to have to approach the high ground, which is always advantage to Seoul here as they're the defenders.
Well, JJoNak looking for those picks, tags up Jexay just a bit there on that high ground. Working his way into the security room for another target. It's going to be a backside wraparound to the point. They're trying to fake it out a little bit. Seoul Dynasty moves over to Cafe. Now NYXL going to have the low ground, and Seoul has to jump down if they want to contest this. So Fisher goes around the backhand side. He is isolated, but Anamo at the moment not hunting for a way to poop him into the rest of the squad.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for them to win now that they've taken so much damage. And Fisher is isolated.
Yeah, they're pushing forward, now taking their way up. Almost grabbed the first one for free. Will have it now. Almost 36% snagged for the NYXL. So we still have a bit of a standoff here. No one really going full commitment on the fight. But as I say that, Fisher goes forward. The Fire Strike nearly taking down Libero. Will be able to stay alive. Shell keeps going lower and lower. Now they have to point themselves for a moment as the Dynasty have to peel back and get topped up. Sure those HP bars are in a solid spot.
Ready. Trance is almost ready.
Yeah.
You need to use it here.
Daehong about to be matching. They work their way up. 2 ticks now going to be snagged. 77% for the NYXL. Both support ultimates online. Jexay significantly further behind Anamo at the moment. Seoul Dynasty going to be losing the first member. Flood going to be taken down now. Jaehong picked off by JJoNak. And that will just be it. A no ultimate fight coming through for A. NYXL, this is back to their slow play style where they just make the enemy team step to them. They make their way onto the point. It was a great fake out as they got their way onto A.
Yeah, and that was basically one of the craziest fights you could ever win is New York. They did it with no ultimates against high ground. It was good focus fire. Nene ends up being the better Zarya here, has high energy, gets that first pick. It's a tug of war game. They do win it with a decent time bank here, but what's more important is that they didn't have to use ult, so they're about to have 6 here pushing through the street space. And with the cart here, they can defend it with ult advantage.
Well, now they will be coming out. The grab thrown in by Nene. Shatter getting dropped in. Not going to be able to do much with the bomb from Mecco. Will find 2 as Fisher and Jexay both get taken down. Fleta only able to answer for 1 as he burns through an Amo, but the rest of the squad going to be taken down. Michelle going to be staggered out with the Baby Divas. The Limousine will continue to advance forward through the streets phase.
This is the part of the map that functions the most like Kings Row, right? And they got through the choke point as the attackers. That's the hardest part. Now once you get to this slightly more open but still narrow choke on the streets phase, that's when you're going to get these shatter into big bomb combos from Mecco and Mono that we saw so much through stage 1, leading to their undefeated performance here. Now they swing around this part. Seoul Dynasty does get out of the choke here, out of the studio, but they do not have a massive positional advantage.
Yep, Bomb going to be opening things. Michelle tosses that one out. Does manage to get a pick up onto JJoNak. So still crucial member eliminated away from the NYXL, so good pick for him. Mono going lower in the front lines. Nearly taken down. He's trying to retreat, but they push forward to Munchkin. Swinging away with those left kicks. Will be able to take him down. So Cart in control of the Dynasty, but they can't play all the way up into the choke where they would like to be.
So when you take a look at the scariest part for Seoul Dynasty is basically ever getting wiped here and then not being able to reapproach the payload itself out of the 2 entrances that go into the studio. So they're going to try to take fights away from the cart using this high ground. New York's going to avoid them to the right side here to try to force them to jump down. Look at that damage coming out from JJoNak there.
Yeah, Fleta nearly being eliminated, just melts right through those shields. Grabs online from both sides, Grab opening things. Fleta uses his first. Pin in, that's going to be Nene eliminated, so no chance to use his grab, which means the retreat call comes in for the NYXL. See how many casualties they can get here. Yeah, Mono stunned out of that charge. Nicely done by Munchkin, helps scoop up an extra one.
Yeah, this is a great start here for the Dynasty on this B defense. They can really snowball this now too. Because as the attacking team here, when Jaehong has Transcendence, you're not going to get much out of this grab. And then Seoul Dynasty can control this defender's advantage here. And even sometimes can force, you know, the support ultimates to be used first before the grab even goes down. Then you've got double advantages. The high ground here is massive. Look at how difficult it is for New York to make this approach. They have to go underneath, which means the drop down could be very powerful. Speed boost already on cooldown now. They just used it.
Yep, wrapping their way through the saloon. Now going to be on the defender's side of the cart. Seoul Dynasty just trying to play this one as patiently as they can. Put up one of the high ground, threatening as he tries to build up that grab. 20% away. Nene still holding on to his. Not that high of energy. Goes ahead, flicks over to the side, pins it in, but now Nene going to be taken down. Transcendence comes out from the side of the NYXL. JJoNak just tries to keep his team alive. Bomb comes in. Fleta says, thank you very much for the energy. Sound barrier will help keep him alive. Still in control of the cart. Mono not going to be able to find anyone with a pin. Taken down in transit as JJoNak just snipes him out as he's zipping his way along. The shields come in. Anamo, a major overcommitment with that sound barrier. Doesn't really get to anybody other than himself and JJoNak.
I have to say, I cannot overstate this. Seoul Dynasty has basically done this. I mean, they have won back-to-back fights using high ground. We're going to take a look at this replay again. Fisher sets it all up here with this big shatter. And it's these moments where you see Mono's out of position. And I don't know what's going on with the tank line here for New York Excelsior tonight, but they are not playing up to what they've shown us already in regular season. Now they have the Transcendence, and there's not even a grab. The last grab was used by Nene, got no value. And there's no way, realistically, for New York to take this high ground. So they have to take a far approach, which eats further time.
Fleta holding on to another one, has the limo. Perfect way to do it, but no, he just goes ahead, lobs it down. Locking up the tank line, and they do not stand a chance with no support ultimates. JJoNak building up these Transcendences fairly quickly, but it's not going to be fast enough. Can't keep his squad alive. Now we're down to 20 seconds remaining on this attack, held just in front of point B. And they'll pop out Meko here and just leave him to his own devices, it would seem.
Fisher's aggressive style, he finds a way. They've been using their Transcendences so sparingly. JJoNak keeps holding them. He's still got another one. There's no way New York wins this fight. Absolutely none.
They're going to be very tough. See what happens. Transcendence, the only thing they have to work with right now from the side of the NYXL is already going to be used. Shatter coming out.
It gets
knocked
nothing,
up
really.
Anamo, but they don't finish him off. Healing out for the Transcendence as well there to keep the Lucio alive. Cart starting to inch their way back forward. The bomb getting ready to become available for Michelle. As Fleta gets closer and closer to the grab.
Okay, this is a bad position for the Dynasty. Also, the high ground's finally controlled by New York. Maybe they can take this fight, actually. Look at Fisher.
This grab has to land. If Meko denies this one away, that should be the push into B to bump the time bank. It does. They are a couple members. The bomb going up. Then he just disappears. The bomb gets a pick off on the Mono. They take him down. Meko's knocked out as well. And this will be the cleanup. The OT bar already plummeting. And the Seoul Dynasty, they look more alive than they ever have in this stage.
Never have we ever seen them in playoffs, and now they're 2-0 against the team, well, they're very close to potentially being 2-0 against the team that everyone expected to win the whole stage.
Big expectations on the defense from the NYXL. Let's see if they can pull it off when we come back.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Fisher coming back into the roster, helping his squad lock up a point B hold over the NYXL on their attack here on Hollywood, our second map of the series. Seoul Dynasty already kicking things off fantastically with that win on Ilios, now following it up with a wonderful defense. Great ult economy coming through from them throughout, showing restraint, and NYXL stumbling, showing that they don't really know what the heck to do to break through this squad.
Remember that on Thursday, April 4th, we will have the start of Stage 2.
Yeah.
Philly Fusion versus the Excelsior.
Not too far away.
But talking about this situation here now, like, New York realistically needs a pull hold, because if you don't pull hold on this map, usually the attacking team gets an advantage, and pushing to B happens almost every time on this map. It's rare to get a hold on B. You see holds on C, and you see full holds. You do not see the hold that we just saw from Seoul Dynasty. Extremely efficient. Will be Michelle pulling out one of his more common heroes here, the Sombra. It's not rare to see Michelle on this. He's going to try to draw them off the high ground with this backdoor-esque move where he sits on the point and threatens capture, and New York has to respond. So they do drop down, and now they no longer control the high ground. Soul's going to wrap around the left side. Brilliant move here, kind of a pincer-style tactic.
Yeah, wonderfully done. Namo as well, going to get stunned up, but he was already falling off the top, so no way to follow up for a kill onto him. Now we get back to that standoff. NYXL was looking really good in this exact moment on their attack. It was a space where things really started to fall apart. So let's see what Seoul Dynasty can do to engineer a cap on A. Push their way down. Munchin going in, gets the son of an Amano. They have him in the corner and they take him down. That could be it. Already things unraveling for the NYXL on this defense. Point A being snagged, the first tick rolling through. Now they're looking for more as the Seoul Dynasty push off. They'll get some kills.
What a disaster.
And now Libero going to be gone. That is A in the books. A massive time bank coming through and not very far to go, just in front of Point B. It's all that the Dynasty need to move to match point already in this first playoff series.
Michelle comes in, he gets the hack onto Libero. That means there's no shield bash available, and that means that Fisher can free swing. He doesn't have to hold his shield. Comes through, does a ton of extra damage to Mono. Mono's the target there, gets hit by the Discord Orb, and that's all she wrote. I mean, that's the end of A. This is a huge time bank, and ult advantage, including EMP. Now to swing through this choke point, New York cannot contest with 60% of a grab. Huge advantage for Seoul.
EMP going to be thrown down. Multiple members of the NYXL, but crucially, Jonek does manage to get the Transcendence in to try to keep his squad alive. Shatter going to be coming down, however, and on the back of that, the Dynasty will win the fight.
What is this New York Excelsior? This doesn't look familiar, and I see EMP come through. Sure, we see Jonak with the amazing trans timing there, but they must have realized, they must have known the EMP would come first. They did not split, they did not react, and then it's the follow-up grab now that the trans is gone that does them in, and this is a free push through. They need to be careful, need to track down Michelle. If he builds another EMP, that's the win condition for the map. That's going to put them on match point. They cannot allow him to build that for free.
Well, swinging away, Fisher right up into the front, already takes Mono down below half HP. Jaxay boom him over to the side, grab's gonna be coming out for NYXL, the bomb's up into the air from Mekko. Mono, however, gonna be taken down by Mekko. Swings it back into their favor with a triple kill off the back of the bomb. Dynasty will be retreating. Don't commit too much outside of the rally, though.
This is the turning point here for New York. They have to keep this momentum up now. They used a ton of resources for this, and that means that Namo's sound barrier is gonna probably have to be the answer to this next EMP. Michelle has been constantly hacking Libero from coming out of Vision, coming out of Cloak, so that he can't be shield bashed and he can get free harassed. This is pulling New York back, and that's when Seoul Dynasty are making their big plays here. This shatter combo there with the bomb is what gets them back into it and gets them control of this high ground, but it was a very close call to an insanely fast push to B.
Working their way around the back. Michelle nearly with that next EMP ready to roll.
Early translocator there too, he's ready for it.
Yep, trying to set it up in the fight. Libero going lower and lower. Michelle's got the back angle on him. Manages to burn him down. Sound barrier comes in, trying to keep Mono alive with the pin from Fisher. Will take him down despite the shielding. Now Mekko's going to be broken out. One more realistic fight for the NYXL to try to defend this, and it's still over 2.5 minutes on the clock. Dynasty have ults in the bank at the moment.
I mean, this is insane. They had the hacks coming through, and they are just denying Libero from getting bashes. EMP comes out. They use the barrier at the wrong timing. I mean, this could be it right here.
Love to see the
back
grab.
on the trap.
Knocks him out. That's going to be a hack on Jonek, as you say, in the back. He can't use the Transcendence. He has to him. It comes in late. Mekko's trying to stay in the suit. We'll be able to do so, but for a little bit longer. Now they pop him out. They take him down. The card advantage. defenses. Seoul Dynasty, they make it look easy. Move up 2-0 in this set. One more map to go. Assault could decide it all. NYXL, they need the reverse sweep.
Michelle with the big plays on the Sombra. Unbelievable hacking Libero non-stop, getting that crucial hack on the Jonak there in the end.
Absolutely
and what an upset we may be watching here tonight.
Whew. Well, I need to cool off. I'm going to be able to do that because we got halftime coming up in a bit, so stay tuned.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
The Seoul Dynasty are trying to pull up a major first round upset. They're just one map win away from sending the NYXL packing up 2-0 at the half. Welcome back, everybody, to halftime. Malik here with Zoe. And for the first time, we got Sideshow. How you feeling, bro?
What's happening? What?
Yeah, what a great first halftime for you to talk about.
That's crazy.
I know, right? All right. So going into this match, you know, the Seoul Dynasty, they had their B lineup in there. We're expecting NYXL to come out and steamroll. Absolutely did not happen.
Nope.
It's an A- lineup. It's not a B lineup. That's what
might not even be a
guy
minus.
Matt said.
Might
It's
not
an
even
A+.
be minus. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, nobody expected Seoul to come through this. All of the analysts, we all predicted NYXL to even be the winners of the entire thing.
Right.
And now
Underwater Mahjong, remember?
Yeah, I know.
It's not happening. All right, so before we get into this half, you got a little bit of insight for us, right?
I do indeed, yeah. I've got an Insights powered by Intel where I'm going to walk you through what happened at the beginning of this first map, because I think it was incredibly interesting. Now, basically, this lineup for the Seoul Dynasty, I think, they were really not expecting. And previously, they've run DPS when they've had these guys in. So Mano was over on the Orisa. And I think this was to try and counter a DPS comp. And instead, yeah, the Oats composition, you recognize it in the crowd. And as soon as they realized that it was actually Winston triple tank, triple support, they immediately pause, realize where the supports are, and have to try and engage. So they're really trying to get aggressive into the Winston triple, because otherwise you're just playing a worse composition. And I think this is really indicative of the fact that NYXL had no idea what to expect. They didn't know they were going to be running this roster. They didn't know what composition compositions they were going to be running. And even when we went on to these guys playing triple tank, triple support, with both teams having a Rein on the rest of Ilios, they had no clue what style Seoul were going to be playing either. So this is an NYXL that got rattled straight off the bat. You can see Mano here, they try and do their best, they've got the halt, they nearly take down Fitz, but at the end of the day, this really just isn't something that's going to be able to work for you if you pick the wrong composition in that fight, and it sets you up with a huge disadvantage.
It does, however, we do have to give New York credit. They were reactionary to it, Mano got picked off, and immediately after, they did switch the composition. It's just, if you're going up against New York, they're really good defensive. They like being on point. If you're getting on a control map the point versus New York, you're forcing them to play aggressive. And that's the one thing they do not like and they're not looking confident in.
All right, so in that first map, you know, we saw the B team in there, and I thought that we had a couple highlight moments, mainly coming from the Zarya play from Fitz. Did that catch you guys off guard a little bit, that he was so good and kind of outplayed Nene?
Honestly, I didn't expect that because we've been hyping up Nene so much in the past, but he saw no light. Look at that average energy upkeep there. 47 on Nene's side, and then 72. That's so much more damage Fitz got done. And that's the only damage the team really had on the other side from New York, because JJoNak was taken out of the equation, Mano was taken out of the equation, so it was all kind of on Nene to be the damage dealer for them.
I think there's a word for this with the NYXL might be familiar with. It's called a choke.
It's the medical term.
That's the medical terminology. It's called a choke. They are really struggling to build up these ults, and when the big ult, either JJoNak doesn't have his trans for the grab, something's going wrong here for this team.
All right, so Fisher eventually did come back into the game in the second map, Hollywood. How do you guys think he performed then?
I think he rolled and smoked Mano in the second map, honestly. He is getting the better end of that matchup, and I wouldn't have expected it because Mano's been playing so phenomenally well so far. Right. But the guy's been hitting crazy Earth Shatters. Mano was caught out of position a bunch of times. I mean, this play basically won them Hollywood because they just completely stopped NYXL's momentum with one Earth Shatter.
Yes, it's just everything goes in the Seoul Dynasty's favor right now. Fisher is getting a lot of great support from the Fleta. The bubbles have been on point on that side. And on the other side, Mano is kind of left to his own devices. He's being picked off a lot. I think he did have the most deaths on his team, so they do have to figure out something which is not working well in their tank lineup right now.
All right, so we've seen this movie before, the NYXL down 0-2. What adjustments do you think that they're making back there, Pavane and the crew? What adjustments do you think they're going to make coming into the second half?
I think personally a lot of it might be mental. I think coming into this, perhaps they got rattled by the Seoul Dynasty and weren't expecting this roster to be fielded at the beginning, and their coaches will be trying to calm them down and make sure that they really have a good plan for the rest of the half. It's going to be tough to be able to come back. They've got to play better Overwatch if they're going to be able to win. And it's really unlikely, honestly.
But see, the thing is that you have to say it's a mental thing for them. That is what confuses me, because that was the one thing New York never had an issue with. They were always calm. They were always collected. There was never a moment where I personally felt like, oh, the nerves got the better of them. So I'm just confused at this point. I have no idea what's going on with that team. So I can't even tell you what they have to clean up. It just looks like everything. Better Overwatch.
I'll tell you what's going on. The NYXL, they got caught slipping. Can the Seoul Dynasty pull off the upset? Their one map went away. We'll find out right after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Toyota, official North American partner of the Overwatch League. Toyota, let's go places.
Want an Excelsior game? You know what's up.
special guest. You may know him from, yes, everybody give it up. You may know him from Reading Rainbow. You may know him from Roots. You may know him from Star Trek. I know him as my dad, so everybody give it up for LeVar Burton. So welcome to the Blizzard Arena, Dad. Are you excited to be here? This is your first time here. What is it like being in the Blizzard Arena?
This is a pretty cool arena, and I'm very excited to be here. Overwatch League is blowing up, and I'm happy to be able to say I was here checking it out.
Awesome, thank you. And I know that you're a nerd beacon for a lot of people because you play Geordi LaForge on Star Trek, but I also know you're a nerd because you do play video games. So please give us a little bit of history with your experience of video games. What got you into it?
My experience with video games begins with you. We started playing video games when you were just beginning to walk and talk. We started with CD-ROM games. We graduated to Lara Croft Tomb Raider. You kept going, and I now get to stand on the sidelines and marvel at your prowess. This is genuinely your world. You're legit, Meek. You're a legit girl.
You're embarrassing me, Dad. But now let's get back to Overwatch. Okay. Like, I gotta ask, favorite team here in the Overwatch League?
Lost, dude. Philly.
Hey, it's the city that never sleeps, New York, New York. I'm an Excelsior fan!
Whoa, that got some mixed reviews. Can you give some words of encouragement to the New York boys, though? Because I think they need it going into the second half.
Second half. Come on, you guys. You can do this. You know how to do this. Get your act together and just kill the map, okay?
You heard it, New York. LeVar Burton wants you to kill the map. And I just want to know, what do you want to say out there to all these awesome Overwatch fans watching the game, playing games, you know, probably dads and daughters out there playing games together?
Yeah, I love it when I hear from fans that say, especially women that say that they bonded with their dads over Star Trek. I love it when I can say that I bonded with my daughter over video games.
Stop, you're embarrassing me. Oh God, that's gross. All right.
I took it too far.
I'm thoroughly embarrassed. All of Twitch knows that I love my dad, and that's weird. And yeah, back to you, Wolf and Achilles. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Is that weird?
It wasn't weird. It wasn't weird at all. I mean, if LeVar Burton wants to kiss me on the cheek, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here.
Nerd icon for me. Huge fan of Star Trek. Man, you know, it seems like Seoul Dynasty, fans of LeVar Burton as well, they're going off the lyrics of the Reading Rainbow. They said, we can go anywhere. We're going to the semifinals. They're really poised to make this happen right now. They're up 2-0, one more map.
I mean, if you take a look, it's in the record books. New York Excelsior has never missed a playoff. This is a massive upset if the Seoul Dynasty is able to come off of a weak performance in regular season. They narrowly got through. They barely have a winning record versus a team. They are 4-3 versus a 7-0 team who's overall been so clutch and has been predicted by everyone to win the entire thing. But their road might end on Volskaya, the second map they've chosen here.
Yeah, I mean, already Hollywood not going their way. Volskaya could be the final nail in the coffin here for the NYXL. Reverse sweep, absolutely necessary for them to advance into those semis. Otherwise, Seoul Dynasty already first appearance, and they could punch their way through to that round of 4. So let's see if they can do it as they kick things off on defense.
All right, well, the key here for New York is to use their playstyle that we've always seen them have success with JJoNak getting on the high ground. Seoul Dynasty's goal is to prevent New York from getting to the left side. The left side approach here on A, which will be the first capture point of 2 here, is where New York likes to make their attack. And we'll see JJoNak try to get up on that high ground and then poke everybody down. For Seoul, they might want to intercept on that route. You can see they're taking that left side approach I was talking about. They're not going to take the right side forklift because it doesn't give JJoNak really good line of sight. This is one of New York's weaknesses, is their predictability. They're so good at this, but Seoul Dynasty can predict it as well. Even still, they do gain control of the high ground. Michelle's looking to knock them off just below, hiding down there.
Yeah, waiting for his moment.
Echo's already down.
Yeah, already got a drop. JJoNak takes a lot of damage, has to push his way into the back. As Jaehong building up almost double his charge at the moment. In onto this point. This slow, patient style, way that NY loves to play. So far working out as they grab 1.5 ticks for themselves. Seoul Dynasty now in a really awkward position where they have to
re-engage. They do.
Two ticks going to be given up. Fisher leading the charge, pushes forward. Both tanks going to be knocked down below half HP. The stun comes in from the side, however. Didn't see it coming. Libero sets it up, and Nene scoops the kill. Jexay trading one back on Abano, but how much is going to be lost? Jaehong spamming away, trying to do some work. Huge on it, but Nene takes him down. Another stun coming in, setting up a kill, but NYXL still going lower and lower on these HP bars. Jexay trying to stay alive, gets a Zarya bubble. Keeps healing up, but they finally will be able to finish him off. Libero, so much work being done by him with these shield bashes, with these whips coming in.
And he was just previously bullied on Hollywood by Michelle on the Sombra. He makes two massive plays. The stuns there coming through, especially the one onto Jaehong there. We had Jaehong's first-person view. He was barely able to build the trance, but just not able to use it right before he got stunned. So Libero identifying that he did way less damage, JJoNak did, than Jaehong, and that was a big ult they needed to collapse in on and prevent. So that's a huge stun there with the shield bash, absolutely essential. Now they could potentially grab a double cap here if they could force the trance out early, but Jaehong's playing far back. It's very unlikely that he is going to waste this important ultimate, even if New York try to feign an attack here. But that's their goal, is to get that ult out, one way or another.
Nene going to be looking to set it up. Going to build up that energy, waiting for his bubble to come back. Has it now, as they start pushing their way up. Trying to get around that corner, trying to get a decent angle in. Michelle just waiting patiently. You can see the energy plummeting. No one really hitting his targets, but now finally Shield comes in. Perhaps going to be good. Transcendence is out. Bomb going to be dumped in by Michelle. Looking for the big Meko as well. Uses his, but not going to be able to find anything on either side. Sound barriers are in. Jexay going to be matching. Fisher taken down first, however, as Mono kills him with a pin. Pushes himself way outside of the fight, but Libero follows up. Gets rid of Munchkin. Getting back onto the enemy. Brigitte here. Jaehong now going to be taken down, so things looking very good for the NYXL as they gain control of the point, and they might just finish it right here with a massive time bank.
He needs to tag. Then they've got
his way back through. Shatter coming in. Not gonna find anything, and Fisher gets taken down, and that'll just be it. 4:56 on the clock. NYXL firing back. Huge time bank for them here on Volskaya.
Yeah, very impressive stuff here. They utilize Libero very well. Snowballed into a second cap. Very common on Volskaya. You know, New York fans shouldn't breathe a sigh of relief just yet, as we may see another fast time bank for the Dynasty.
Now let's see what they can do when we come back from the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
And there they are, the players looking to get that reverse sweep started here with a victory on Volskaya. Very convincing push to start things off. 4:56 in the time bank for them.
Yep. Ryu Jaehong has, you know, been on 2 final stage. He is a 2-time Apex champion. Massive crowds there. He's got that background, right? He's the oldest player on the team. But New York Excelsior have played in 5 stage playoffs of Overwatch League.
Speaking of massive crowds, tickets still available for the Stage 1 playoffs. Make sure you guys, if you're in the Los Angeles area, if you feel like taking a last-minute trip, to go ahead and pick those up. Join us here for the live audience, because these guys are great. They're here repping the teams. They got the jerseys on. They're ready for some action. So let's go forward with Dynasty on this attack.
So when you look at this attack for Dynasty, they're going to once again rely on Michelle's Sombra. And when you look at this quad DPS setup here, or triple DPS actually I should say, Jeong's on the Ana, it is very difficult to stop with the 3-3 comp that Excelsior are running, but they've already pre-positioned to make it difficult for Fleta to find damage. Coming out here though is going to be his best bet, as they do poke out right now as the point gets contested by Fisher.
Good isolation there on Abano, but the D-Matrix inside the garage from Mecco keeps him safe from a lot of the rockets, but the wrap around the back. Get some good tags in the direct hit on the Jonik will take him down. That could be the break on the point already as they lose their most crucial member. Rockets still raining in from above. Mecco nearly eliminated as he pushes forward, tries to finish off Jexay, but he'll be unable to do that. They will clean them up, and this should be the cap coming in for the Dynasty after some extended kills.
They're just certainly reading the way New York sets up on the point. They did this exact same thing just previously on Hollywood, where they had Michelle come in on the back of the point, draw New York out, because they have to contest the point, then they use their positional advantage to take it. In this case, it's with a Pharah, right? They can hide in that room all they want until Fisher steps onto the point, at which point New York has to come out or the cap will come through, and that leaves Seoul Dynasty with now a massive combo here. After the cap, EMP into Barrage is one of the most difficult things to defend. They have no support ultimates here. This looks like, very likely, unless a botched EMP, a better time bank for Seoul right now.
Well, let's see, Fleta. Again, just going to be taking these shots from above, trying to find a target. Sees an Ama there for a second. Constant just flicking around, can't quite tell which one he wants to pay attention to.
Pops this so they can see the supports.
Yep, sees where everyone's at. Nano's going to be thrown down. Fleta gets the first shot. Johnny going to be taken out. Now the barrage coming in. Nene nearly burned down. Manages to retreat. So that's going to be the two ultimates going to be used, but now Mono taken down there in onto the point as Mecco should be knocked out here. They'll be able to finish them off. They start ticking up the first one, getting ready to come through. And like you said, superior time bank getting ready to be there.
Huge, huge play by Munchkin there with the visions. And that is going to be what allows him to find Junk. He's got the trance up now.
But Nene's still going to be taken down. Fisher gets another kill as Libero just walks right into him.
They're just trying to buy time.
They pop him. Mono pushing forward. Going lower and lower, they boop him off. They're nearly there with 5.5 minutes about in that time bank. Munchkin making sure that he's not going to get pinched onto the side. Gets a headshot there on a Mecco, knocks him out again. Mono going lower and lower. The Shatter about to be online, but Fleta takes him down. Munchkin just looking for a target. Now gets a shot there on the Nene. They retreat. They're giving up the point, and that just about will be it. The headshot comes back through. Libero cowering in the corner with a rally rolling, hoping to God the armor's going to be enough. The sound barrier will help him out a little bit longer here. They try to extend this, but the EMP comes down. The barrage melts him, and Dynasty will get the cap.
Huge defense by New York, though. They bought a lot of time. Really like the Oversight play. Isolate Jonak, find him, kill him first. That is exactly what they did on the attack. But still, New York makes the time bank pretty even.
Yeah, 4 seconds faster. Let's see what happens in OT. And here we go, 2 very healthy time banks for the overtime half of Volskaya. 5-minute finish, even for the Dynasty, 4:56 for NYXL. Let's take a look at Munchkin, though, on that point be take.
So Munchkin is able to, with his, his ultimate here, he's going to identify where the supports are, so he's able to track them here. So this is actually a huge moment. Even though he can't kill Jonak, they're able to find out where he is in that moment and kill him with the rockets that come through right afterwards there from the Pharah. So New York Excelsior just going to continue with their 3-3 here. Remember, it was off of good plays from Libero that opened this point for them just previously. And they actually did it from the right side. Let's see if they're going to still attempt this left side that they normally do. They're actually going to be met with aggression here.
Yeah, really aggro drop down coming in. Fisher takes a beating, but so does Anamo, so has to go ahead and peel back. Munchkin behind the shield will be able to get topped up. Left-hand side approach, moving up onto that high ground again, is going to be the play for the NYXL. Just a bit messier to get there this time around.
This is a really nice spot for the NYXL, though.
Also
They're actually going to take this away at the top of the bunker.
Munchkin trying to Gate keep them off. Fisher starting to push forward onto the corner, but doesn't have that much support already. One tick going to be given over.
Libero.
Going lower and lower, but gets that Zarya shield crucially to stay alive. He says there's not going to be one from Mono, but he is still going to be able to find the kill on the Fisher. Pushing forward, the heals, the focus fire on the Mono from his squad, and just enough to help keep him in the mix. JJoNak still going to be spamming away in from above. Feels the pressure, has to pop the Transcendence, so will not have that for the snowball push onto B if they can close this out here, but it seems very likely, given the Soul is completely shoved away from the point at the moment.
Yeah, they're just knocked away. Munchkin will tag on one more time. Fleda's high energy. They can't get him into position. He's got the grab.
Yeah, 100 energy, going to be ready to go. Transcendence already open sync from Meko pops Michelle out of the suit. Fisher has rejoined. He's still very far away from that Earth Shatter.
They might
actually be able to do this. Fleda still just holding, waiting for the moment to pull the trigger. He sees that D.Va is in behind him. He doesn't want to have to use it. He would love to hold on to it. He's under so much pressure, and then he will be able to burn he and Jexay down. The cap comes through. Maybe could have turned it here, but now it will at least, for the Silver Lining, have the grab for the defense.
Yeah, the big problem here, though, is that now they have split spawns, and JJoNak is going to have a trance here for his grab, which he did not have before. I think this is a bad call in the moment for the Dynasty.
Grab going to be coming out, Nene locking them up. Jexay getting focused, will get burned down. JJoNak finding the kill, bombs out, not going to find anything. The Shatter going to come in, Michelle pops one, and Mono taken down by Jaehong. Now working their way in, but already 84.5% surrender. Now it's ticking up again. Somebody's got to tag in. Can anyone do it? They burn down Jaehong. Fisher's going to be gone. Sound barrier does come through, but it's just Michelle here really trying to keep things rolling for his squad. 3 minutes on the clock at the moment as they burn him out of the mech and finish him off. Now Fisher coming back through, pops that adaptive shield, but it just does not stand a chance. Hot knife through butter there for the NYXL as they close out a double cap here in OT.
Very impressive stuff by New York on the first attack there. They were losing the fight and were able to turn it around. But that was a questionable moment where we had the first-person view of Fleda, who was 100 energy, and he hesitated. You know, the call was not swift to make that play to try to hold A, or at least to try to trade out ultimates. By the time, you know, he looked like he was ready to grab, two more of his teammates had died already. And then when he got over to, or, you know, when he respawned late. So New York had positional advantage, and they had the Transcendence that JJoNak was able to finish during that longer fight where he did not commit to the grab. There was a small window of time where the Graviton Surge could come out there when there was no defending Transcendence from JJoNak, and those are the moments where you have to think of your ult trackers, right? And, you know, perhaps in that moment it was too chaotic for Jexay, who's, at least, you know, from what we know in Korea, often the guy who's going to track those ultimates, might not have been able to realize in that moment JJoNak did not have it, so they thought, we'll wait for B. But in that delayed moment, your spawns get staggered. This is not an unwinnable map for Dynasty, but it is a much better time for New York than they would have liked. They're going to go for their attack here once again with the Sombra, but not showing the Widow, at least just not yet. They might be swapping to it now. Munchkin having great success with this just previously.
Well, still sticking with this Tracer for now.
Okay, interesting choice.
Yeah, changing it up just a little bit. But overall, going to be fairly similar.
One of his more famous heroes back in Korea.
It is. Is he not playing into the side garage? They're playing right here at the point at the moment. Munchkin, oh, so very low there. Jaehong in the meantime off screen, going to be burnt down. Munchkin still pushing forward, feeling hungry for some Libero, but he can't quite finish him off. He manages to get himself into a corner, shield raised. He does stay alive, so far this attack from the Dynasty not going to be working out so well.
Yeah, it looks like the Mego swap, and this is already a disaster, given that New York got such a great timing, nearly 3 minutes. They head back to spawn, and look to, in fact, stick with this composition, so they're faking the swap. I don't think anyone's going to fall for this, though. It's very easy to identify. There are no swaps. Fisher is caught alone, and this is nowhere near the EMP charge they need. There's a pick, though.
Yeah, so far off the point. They're hunting out for Fisher and Michelle. Getting halfway to a tick, and Mono's going to be taken down. Now Munchkin here trying to cap this one up, but Jexay going to be eliminated. Meko now, however, going to be taken down. Fisher gets the pile driver in, finishes off the Baby D.Va. Munchkin, pulse bomb online. Does he use it to kill the Lucio? His tracking is too good, doesn't need it. Just go ahead and finish him off, and it seems like Seoul will finally break their way through. But like you said, the time bank did get drained down considerably, so beating our matching NYXL, they need to get the snowball very swiftly to make that happen. It'll be about a minute difference.
Yeah, about a minute difference, as you say. This is a really rough spot for New York, and they did not respond well to the fake swap. They came out of spawn, they were trying to figure out what was going on, and they got split a little bit there, and Seoul Dynasty's comp works best against split heroes, especially when you've got a Tracer in the mix and there's no support there, no one to stun the Tracer. Now, New York has the ult advantage here, but they've got to be careful of that EMP that can change everything in an instant. So can a pick onto JJoNak here by Munchkin.
Will have the Transcendence online, so at least can save himself from a pulse bomb should it come through. Mono jumping into the back, is going to be burnt down. The Primal Rage didn't have it in time. Munchkin manages to find the kill. Now things are looking really rough. Good eat though. Mecco turns around, manages to deny that pulse bomb away, but Fisher finds another kill with the minefield. Zending gets taken down, and Mecco's going to be popped out in the end. Barrage online. Up here in the air, Fleta waiting for his opportunity, waiting for that Transcendence from JJoNak to expire. No, drops it. EMP rolls through, claims 2, and it offers up plenty more damage there on the Libero. Mono finally, this time around, will be able to use the Primal Rage to stay alive, but the rest of the squad is dead around him.
They should
not
buy a lot of
capping,
time.
however, Seoul Dynasty already going to be a weaker time bank. Need to get the cap here.
They just need to buy time. That's huge if they can demech Mecco here.
They got the hack onto him, so he can't use the D-Matrix and try to keep himself in the mech. Grab going to be coming through, locks up Fisher alone. He's just going to be spinning around, doesn't really know what to do, but seems like he doesn't have to do much because he's managing to survive. Sound barrier comes out from Anamo now.
York can stabilize.
They're going to try.
York's going to stabilize.
Libero gets a pick on the Jayhawk, but they need a little bit more than that. Rez comes in, Jexay managing to stay alive, but barely so. Another barrage from Fleta. Built that one up so rapidly. Gets the kill on the Mono. Now Munchkin going to be taken down. We already claimed a little bit over 2 ticks. Now Nene going to be eliminated, but JJoNak picks off Jayhawk again, but JJoNak goes down as Michelle finds the kill. Fisher pushes him back. They're trying to get the cap. They managed to get it just shy of 2 minutes.
They did not touch the point there, and Seoul is going to tie us up 4-4. Such a near stabilization there from the Excelsior, despite Mono leaping in, misjudging his ultimate charge there, hoping he could go for the Primal. That opened up the point for an otherwise pretty ult-dry Seoul Dynasty. But then they were able to, with a great barrage from Fleta, turn things around. And, you know, the time bank here, still superior for New York Excelsior. But we were looking at potentially a hold here in a 1 map. Had that stabilization continue to occur, where they were, by stabilization, I mean, you start to get the faster respawn. Seoul Dynasty has to run all the way back from attack every time. You're running out of spawn, you're fighting on spawn practically, and that's where things can really start to go poorly for the attacking team, because the attacking team on assault maps basically needs to get 3 or 4 kills minimum to actually capture the point, because if you only get 1 or 2, you're eventually just going to get worn down. You're going to run out of cooldown, so there's going to be keep running back out of spawn.
Yeah,
trickling, as they call it.
A great push there from Fisher to knock final 2 members of NYXL away.
Yes.
You know, it's not a letter number situation.
No, certainly not.
To those of you in the chat who I know were spamming it, but it's a good move by him. But the time bank, 54 seconds less for the Dynasty. They'll be on the attack first.
They have to attack again because they have the smaller time bank. That's how assault rules work. So now we're going to see, once again, Munchkin on the Tracer. What happened with New York last time was they got split apart and isolated because they tried to go to the spawn. I don't think they'll fall for that trick again this time. Themselves sneaking around the backside. He's probably going to tag the point here.
Oh, they're looking to just go ahead and meet him right up front. But Mecco taking so much damage. It's that Zarya bubble, tries to stay alive. Shot still coming in. Fleta, the great angle at the moment, trying to finish off JJoNak, and Mecco will get popped out in the end, and Munchkin finishes off the Baby D.Va. Things already unraveling for the NYXL here. Let's see if they can stabilize this time around. Mono going lower, gets the armor pack, trying to stay alive. The hack comes in. He's got nowhere to go. No healing coming out from his squad. Burned down as Fisher claims a double kill. Jayhawk will be traded back, but JJonak's gone immediately thereafter, and that will be the cap onto A coming through.
Michelle's hack onto Mecco is what opened this whole thing up. Your first, enemy as a Pharah is walls, right? Something that's going to block your damage. Your second enemy is defensive matrix coming out from a D.Va. With that particular hack onto Mecco from Michelle, he had free reign of damage on open terrain where New York actually left to fight. They were reliant on Mecco. Michelle identifies this, gets the hack, and they open it up. There's potential here for a second cap if they can build that EMP efficiently here. And I mean, Nene is not even close to a grab.
Well, they just go ahead, dash over, and Munchkin takes down JJoNak, still holding onto the pulse bomb. Looking for an opportunity, throws it down, doesn't find the stick. I believe he almost recalled on top of it as well, but the Raj going to be coming through. Nene not able to react in time. They can't get the shield back, and Fleta will go ahead and kill himself off. Manabu's going to be tossed in on the Munchkin, pushes forward, manages to find Mono. Fletta's going to be raised back in. Mecco going to be popped.
Libero missed the stun.
Gets a hit there onto Libero, takes him down. The point's going to be wide open. Minefield cutting him off on the right side approach. And this might just be it as long as they can stop the stragglers from NYXL making their way through. Fletta gets rid of JJoNak. Sure does get finished off, but maybe they even have a res for him. Seems like he's just going to go ahead, res naturally. As NYXL try to extend this, but Fletta gets that A. The pulse bomb coming in. Munchkin building up another one so rapidly. This time he has the kill. They finish him off. It's going to be one after the other. NYXL just desperately trying to buy as much time as they possibly can. JJoNak pushing forward. Gets the Transcendence up. Now, going to be expiring. Now he's under threat from all of the DPS of the Seoul Dynasty. The rockets raining down from above. Nene going to be taken down. Another barrage in from Fletta.
Overtime is so huge when they get it.
Both going to be finished off. 2 seconds remaining. The OT will be there for Seoul Dynasty. NYXL have extended this fight successfully to at least ensure an OT finish for the Dynasty. But now they're in a position where, with, again, a very small time, they themselves have to push through into B. Seoul Dynasty will be finished off here, but they build up nearly 80% on the point as Fisher makes his exit, so not going to have that double cap, but NYXL still not out of the woods yet, but looking really good.
The composition that we've seen so many times from Chengdu Hunters is what we're seeing essentially here from Dynasty, and the strength of the composition is its ability to get single kills and picks with high damage but low sustainability. There's not a lot of hit points on the side of the Dynasty with this type of attack. There's only one tank. The res can do a lot for you, but when you look at how long we're going to take a look at this final moment here with JJoNak, but when you take a look at the health here, you know, you're not going to live through right clicks as JJoNak gets 2 critical kills here.
Yeah, the big turnaround there.
And there's just more sustainability for the tankier team that has respawn defense. If you could stabilize for just a moment, and I mean just 1 second, as New York did there, you're going to have a great opportunity. Now, they have a win condition on this map. No longer is it a draw. And by the way, this is first to 3, not best of 5. So it's not a situation where if a draw happens, Seoul wins, because you actually have to get the 3 wins, different than regular season.
Very correct.
But yeah, that's the weak point of what Dynasty is running. It runs out of steam very quickly when you don't have these big EMP combos or you're not able to get all these kills. I was worried for New York there because it looked like they forgot their fundamentals. I mean, Brigitte is what you need to have next to your Zenyatta when there's a Tracer around. That's why Tracer's no longer meta, because Brigitte exists, and yet the positioning was bad there, so Dynasty abused it, but now they've got to have a stellar defense here if they want to close this series out with a 3-0.
Well, it will be the Sombra coming through from Michelle on defense. Showing us this now.
So this is D.Va-less, and that means that it's going to be very easy for Nene to put his Graviton Surge exactly where he wants it.
Yep.
So that's the one drawback of what Seoul Dynasty is running, as well as lack of being able to knock people off the high ground. We are going to see New York abusing that fact right now. So there's no one who can really prevent them other than Jexay from just leaping across here.
Yeah, well, they go ahead, they push forward. Looking to get Tez Dynasty up top.
Jexay does
off their way down. Fisher getting some good swings in. The support's under fire, and that's going to be an JJoNak taken down. Cleanup will come through Seoul Dynasty. Looking good on the first volley. And you can see Jaehong pretty there halfway towards that Transcendence.
Jexay in this moment, along with Munchkin, just preventing them from sticking to the top of this bunker here, which was New York's plan throughout the outset. And they are going to need this next push to work, because if this one fails, they're going to be down all of it and against an EMP. And suddenly it looks like Seoul takes 3-0. Munchkin just looking for that hack once again on the backline, or the D.Va. Mecco the primary target.
I mean, Mecco taking so much damage, tries to push him up, gets stunned, but drops down.
They're on it.
And almost slowly going to be healing him up. Now he gets that Orb of Harmony out from JJoNak, who is under fire and taken down. Michelle finds the kill, and this is what we were seeing just at the end of that last round of OT. It's live or die by JJoNak. He comes in with a main, gets a double kill, turns the fight around in an instant. He gets picked off, and now suddenly it's looking like a full hold here for Dynasty in these OT rounds.
I mean,
a minute remaining.
How can they do it against EMP Grav? There's not enough Transcendence here. You know, he's only got one. If you Transcendence the EMP, then you're going to die to the Grav. You Transcendence the Grav, you're going to die to the EMP. You get hit by the EMP first, it's over at that moment. This is it. This is New York's last chance.
Namo pushing forward. Echo, he's already going to be popped out. They melt right through him. But with the Grav online, the EMP comes down. It's going to be over. There's 40 seconds remaining, and it hits Stonek, as you say, the Transcendence unable to come through. One more chance. That's all they've got. NYXL, they have to pull off a miracle right now if they can break through. And then they still have to get 80%.
This next attack is going to be Meko tagging the point first. He has to be the one to touch it, or Anamo. And if they die, this becomes a 6v5. Remember, there are 5 ultimates for the Dynasty. Nene doesn't even have energy here.
But there's nearly 6 here for the NYXL. That's going to be their condition. There's no way to take away this grab from Nene.
They need a
as
touch.
long as he can build it.
There needs to be a touch here. 8
10 seconds coming in. Anamo already going to be knocked down to half HP. They get in on the point. Dynasty going to be matching them. Michelle under some fire goes low. Munchkin as well getting melted down. Shatter comes in. They locked up Libero. Locked up Anamo in the back. The energy's not high enough, and Jonik pops the Transcendence to try to keep them alive. They're in onto the point. They're taking their way up. Fleta tries to use a grab, but Meko takes it away. That can actually do it. Sound Barrier comes through. They lock him up. Meko's dropping the bomb up over the top. Can he get the picks? Yes, he absolutely can. A quadra kill for Meko. New York Excelsior. They get the fight here, but they have to use everything.
It's not over yet.
Now they have to get the B.
It's not over yet. 2 huge plays for Meko. The eat on the grab is absolutely the turnaround, but they have no way to mitigate the EMP here on the defense, not to mention that the Transcendence from Jaehong means it's a more sustained fight. They need a pick, and they need it right now.
Can they do this? 19 seconds remaining to get that 30-second buffer.
They get it!
Munchkin going to be taken down. Jaehong now going to be using the Transcendence. Not going to be early enough to keep him alive. The EMP comes out. It catches the rest of them. Anamo going to be hacked out. Jonik still trying to build up for that Transcendence. There's 7 seconds remaining, and he is caught out. He is in such a bad position. Libero, however, trying to get back, finds Fisher. Michelle going to be
God!
They're starting to take their way up. NYXL, they might just be able to do this. The Transcendence is going to be used. The rally coming through from Libero right now. Everybody going to be armored up. Fleta swaps over, stunned up, melted down. The adaptive shield, not enough to keep them alive. They're almost to the second tick. Jexay going lower and lower. They do it! Oh my God! They actually pull it off. NYXL backed into a corner. They come up with the win on Volskaya. They will not go down 0-3.
Absolutely crazy plays here. They get the pick they need. They build the trance. The rally comes out, and New York keeps their chances alive here after such a deficit.
It's just one step, though. They still need so many more wins. Let's see if they can continue this and tie it up when we come back for the next map.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
재홍이 형, 나 절대 못 이기게 해줄게.
Jaehong, I will make sure you will never win against me.
Well, he's trying to live up to that right now, ladies and gentlemen. Jonik dragging them back from the brink with that Mei play in the defense and OT.
Insane.
Helps them deny away that double cap and then just picking off people in the back, layering in that damage with his Zenyatta in that final approach. They needed almost 80%. They were able to get it. Now they have a win on the board, so not backing down without a fight.
Map choice now for the Dynasty for the first time as we head into Escort. And we're going to take a look at the stats here just really quick. You can see higher hero damage on Zenyatta. This does not include the Mei he played there in the end. And overall was able to do more healing. Played the longer game, so that stat is important. But look at what he's able to do with more deaths as well. It means the time he spent alive, you know, ends up being more valuable overall. This has been a back and forth matchup between Master and Apprentice, as we said. And it will be Rialto, the map choice here. Very much an intelligent move by Soul, because if you're going to a map like Route 66, that's where you're going to have the most potential for big shatter bomb combos with Meko and Mano. You're going to have the more potential for JJoNak to do damage at range. It's hard for JJoNak to do a lot here on this map because of the narrow choke points you see. This is going to be an escort point for those who are newer fans here. So you skip the first part of Hybrid. You just start with the cart. You don't have to capture anything. You just push the cart. So the entire fight, the entire map, every fight takes place around the cart, generally speaking, because that is the point of contention. But JJoNak is going to struggle to find long-range damage. He's always going to be under threat if he does step forward to do damage because of how this map works with these narrow choke points, wide wide spots where he's going to find success around A, but after that, it's basically never.
Dynasty first on the attack. Munchkin showing us the Widow for now, just trying to find an opening pick you would expect. Yep. We'll go ahead and peel back. Michelle, however, likely going to be staying with this Sombra.
He has easily been the most impactful person of Soul tonight with this Sombra, just finding the critical hacks on either the backline or the D.Va. D.Va's been the main target here, gonna find it again. I noticed when you hack the D.Va like this, look how much ult charge he has built, 25. Yeah. And he can just do it again once it's off cooldown. That also pressures the D.Va, means that it cannot absorb damage coming out from the rest of the squad, making Fleta able to get more right-click damage done, as well as build that energy. And we're just getting to this point where, you know, we have to beg the question, like, should we see Meko match him? You know, it's not his normal. We don't almost ever see him play the Sombra, but he is losing the off-tank matchup here versus a Sombra.
All right, now the wraparound, hugging the wall, trying to stay as stealthy as possible. NYXL work their way over to the back of the payload, so Dynasty just trying to break this defense so they can start advancing it. Michelle playing very far forward, still building up, not quite online yet, 14% away from that EMP. Might just be what is necessary for the Soul Dynasty to finally get this card moving.
Yeah. Okay, look at the position here of Nene. He's so far back. He's not able to really build a whole lot of charge. This is so frustrating for New York right now as they're losing valuable time. And the grab advantage here for Fleta is so easy to pull off when you have this harassing Sombra. EMP's ready.
Finally starting to push their way forward. Throws that one down, but does not catch JJoNak. However, Mano still focus fired enough to find the pick off. Dynasty, they need a little bit more than that, though, if they want to get the cart rolling, and Michelle is going to be taken down. It'll finally start moving in their favor, but they're still playing forward, looking for additional kills. On the inside of the hotel, Shatter going to be dropped in by Fisher. JJoNak and Libero both taken down by J-Hong. That'll be the cleanup.
That was insanely smart, too, because this means that they don't use Fleta's grab. He gets to hold it. They know JJoNak just used Transcendence to counter the EMP. So massive advantage here for Soul Dynasty as they push around this corner. Not to mention that in the EMP, you see a lot of the Trance will be blocked. Gets the kill there onto JJoNak. So flipping around there, but the fight was essentially won by the Shatter.
Great flank, but does not get them point A yet. Still another contest coming through from NYXL. Grab going to be coming through. Going to get that trance in there. Will be able to do so. Shatter comes down, but it's not going to lead to any kills so far for the NYXL. Bomb, however, will do it. Meko finds another quadra kill.
This is the tank line, right, working together to set this up. We've seen this a lot, actually. One of Meko's most famous highlight clips that we've played so many times. Yeah. I commentated happened right here on A. This one was in the choke. And it's in these small choke points only where you're going to see that sort of value, right? With the, shatters coming through as J-Hong. Probably just missed a jump there across the bridge, but...
Question mark. Maybe we'll get to see it.
Probably.
Either way, that could be a very nerve-wracking moment right there for J-Hong. Okay, falling off like that.
This does buy time, like you say. Nerve-wracking moment. But Michelle needs to be hurrying up with this EMP. Without it...
Oh! Okay. And
he was dueling. He was gonna lose that fight.
No more charge for you.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go ahead and let myself die, so makes sense. caught out. But here we go. 35 seconds.
85% of that EMP for Michelle. This is the moment. This is what they need it for.
The push forward coming in from the NYXL. Trying to go aggro.
France early.
That will be the Transcendence coming in. Sound barrier coming out from Seoul Dynasty. Shatter manages to find a couple, but the kill's not going to be there. Transcendence firing. Mono hacked out, taken down. Jexay finds the killing blow. They finally start pushing their way forward. 15 seconds left on the clock. Just have to bring this cart around the corner. Michelle hunting for a target. Jonak way in the back by himself, disconnected from his squad, will be taken down, and that should pretty much guarantee A for the Seoul Dynasty. So not going to be full held on Rialto.
Not the best time bank, but they do win this with pretty good ult efficiency. And I have to say, that was the exact right move for Jonak to be in that spot after the fight was lost, because that's going to be how he's going to build the most ult charge. They can't take a fight on this bridge, because it's even if he tries to, jump off the side to reset faster, he's not going to be able to help against that anyways. So he built the best out of a bad situation with that. But now they just need to, again, deal with Michelle. This is a tough part for Sombra, as you can see, sneaking around.
Grab coming in, locks him up. On top of the wall here, Transcendence out from Jaehong. Helps keep them alive. Pin in, Mono going to be taken down as Fisher claims himself a double kill. 3 members burned down. The right click there from Fleta. Doesn't even look at the explosion.
It is.
Pushes them off, and the card will continue to go ahead and just steamroll through.
It is important to remember, too, that throughout this stage, Sombra has kind of been the X factor. Teams who've run Sombra well have tripped up a lot of the other teams, and she does cheat ult economy oftentimes. New York Excelsior has been winning most of their series with dominant performances, so to be behind in ult, to be behind in positioning is rare for them, and you can see them struggle in these moments where they're just not used to trading down on ultimates repeatedly in fights. They do get this high ground, though.
Yeah, playing around the stairs. It's one of the more awkward spots for an attacking team on Rialto, and Michelle going to be taken down.
This is the hardest part of Rialto, is this staircase here, because the attacking team has no realistic way of knocking them off without taking the staircase path themselves, which leaves them vulnerable to the choke point. If they take the low ground, they're going to eat a lot of damage on their way around as well. So you can see New York is just abusing this really well. The X Factor becomes the Sombra again, though.
Pushing their way forward. Shatter's going to be coming through. Mono trying to match. Munchkin taken down first, however. No support. Ultimates available for the Seoul Dynasty. So fight, trying to turn something like this around. It's not looking very good for them, so they do maintain control right now due to the NYXL. There's 30 seconds left for Dynasty.
You could see the idea here was for Dynasty to force New York to clump up around this doorway, and then see a massive EMP coming through, or, an isolated kill onto Jonak. It doesn't work out. It's a little bit mistimed. And now they've got another shot at it. They still have the EMP. Jonak's hiding to hit the Transcendence. You can see in the picture-in-picture.
EMP comes out. Jonak gets the Transcendence off to try to keep his squad alive. Nene going to be taken down despite that. Grab coming through, and now Libero and the rest of the squad will be cut down. NYXL losing out on the fight, losing out on the point. So again, in overtime, Seoul Dynasty losing their way through into point B now. Still holding on to 4 ultimates.
Yeah, this is a huge positional advantage, or ultimate advantage for the Seoul Dynasty. They cheated ult economy again with that EMP. And even though Jonak timed the Transcendence, he was away from his team. They win the fight anyways, and essentially a 6v5 during that moment. Lose there. Second time the charm on that attack for the Dynasty.
Rally coming out as they push their way forward. Munchkin trying to lead the charge. Shatter is out from Fisher, but doesn't find much. But the Fire Strike will bump him back up nicely towards that goal. Grab coming in, locks up a couple right here into the front. The Transcendence coming down, and Mono gets a pin on the Fleta to go ahead and eliminate him. Denying that last little leg of charge that he needed for the grab to come in. Now Fisher picked off. The front line going to be broken, and NYXL will maintain control of this choke with a lot of ultimates about to be online.
So when I was talking about Michelle and Sombra cheating ult economy, what I mean is they're behind now, as is now being highlighted. New York has the better ult charge, and they have this choke controlled. If Michelle can hack multiple members, they'll be unable to use their ultimates, and Seoul Dynasty could then flip the fight, despite the Transcendence. So Jonak cannot be caught.
Oh, rally out from Libero, fighting right on the inside here. Transcendence again, not going to be interrupted by that EMP. Jonak gets it off this time. Shield comes through from Anamo, trying to keep him alive with a shatter from Fisher. Absolutely massive. The bomb getting ready to go off. Not going to be able to find anything. Meko does make it back in properly here, and Jaehong picks up 2 kills for his squad, but they need a lot more, and they also need to get back over onto the cart to try to get this OT rolling through. Jexay is there, is moving it up a bit, but he is all on his lonesome, and he needs support desperately. 3 members now playing around the cart. As Jaehong gets the Transcendence online, it's okay, guys, we gotta roll it back through. Gets the Transcendence up. Fleta manages to find Jonak. Takes him down, the cart continues to advance, but they need the rest of the squad to be joining in.
The EMP, he's so close to building it. If he could just get one clip off onto the D.Va in the backline, once Meko remix, that's going to be their best opportunity here. NYXL will have to touch. They've got plenty of time. There it is.
Yeah, 2.2 meters left to go. Mono pushing forward. Zarya Bubbles coming in. Spletta tries to build one up, but he's still so very far away. 40% for him. Nene at 60. Dangerously close
95.
to bar. Gonna start plummeting here. The shadow, they get the shield bash in. They drop it. The EMP, they try to turn things around, catches all 6. They manage to find two. Can they get the rest? The crowd comes in. Fleta, he tries to do it, but he's on the other side of the pillar. He's not on the cart. It was gonna be a one fight for the Dynasty, but they shift off.
Very close call there. I mean, we were just moments away from Fleta and Michelle wiping everybody else off. Fleta having massive energy, and Michelle having the ability to do that damage. Sombra, we think of her as a hacker, we think of her as somebody who can cause massive disruption, but in a scrappy fight like that, with the accuracy Michelle has, he will kill those members. But unfortunately, as you say, the pillar blocks the touch on the cart, and they will not get completion. This leaves a direct win condition for New York Excelsior to bring us to a Game 5 if they can push it all the way.
And if that is what decides the Game 5, what a way to really shake yourselves up if you are the Seoul Dynasty. Chat, you have my permission. Go ahead and spam it. It was, in fact, a C9. Here we go.
It was sort of a... The thing is, too, in that situation, it's tough to touch. You know,
it is. You're
being forced back by the defending team.
But it fits the parameters.
Sure.
But here we go.
It's not an egregious one.
Dynasty.
Watch it again.
They're gonna have to have one heck of a defense. We'll go ahead and take a look at this Meko bomb coming through again, delivering. Fisher. Oh, he pushes it out.
That was actually a huge mistake by Fisher.
Oh.
And that's one of those things that's gonna stick on your mind. They are ahead in this series, but that's something he's got to remember, because that was perhaps, what could have led to a much better time bank. Moving into New York Excelsior, Jonak teases the Pharah, but we knew we weren't going to see that. If anyone would play Pharah, it would be Libero.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think they're probably going to try to save that for later off in the playoffs, if they can make it that far.
Very true. Still is match point here, but looking to tie things up with a strong attack.
Once again,
getting tagged up. Ooh.
Yeah, once again, Michelle on this Sombra. Meko just always hunting him down. That's why you see him spamming left click here. He's trying to find it. You can reveal a Sombra by hitting them with any damage. And Michelle once again just gets a hack and gets 25% of ult.
It's going to be a similar wraparound coming through here. But a little bit disconnected from his squad, trying to stay alive. The right click's coming in, really trying to finish him off, but it's actually going to be Michelle finding the first kill as Libero does get taken down. Hack in onto a Brigada is a very brutal thing for the player. So eliminated, but still ahead as far as rally charge is concerned. Munchkin hasn't been able to get too many swings in.
Yeah. All right, when you look at this wraparound here, this is the one where Seoul Dynasty is looking to actually complete the EMP. New York showing themselves. Nice eat on that Fire Strike by Meko. That's going to give them high ground. Michelle is still not able to get the last parts of that damage. That's what they need so desperately to hold this, because they've taken so much damage themselves. Remember, they lack a D.Va, which means they cannot mitigate the damage that's coming out from New York. So just not getting this EMP in time, that's the hold condition here for the Dynasty, and they don't have it 6% away.
They're just going to go ahead and push right in. The answer, almost yes. 0.6 coming in. Now the EMP going to be tossed. Jonak will get hacked out. But it seems like it's going to time out before he's going to be, now can just go ahead and use that Transcendence to get the setup here on the Fisher. So despite a 6-man EMP coming in from Michelle, they still just basically push straight into A.
When you're running a Sombra like this, your ideal situation is to hit the EMP before the touch on A. Then to build another one and get to that ult advantage, right? Through the cheating ult economy, basically, as the theme I've been saying here with this Sombra. He uses it a split second too late, and it doesn't matter. And now this is an amazing time bank for New York Excelsior. They realize, based on his positioning, he doesn't have it yet. We're going to go. We're going to fight here. Yeah. Toss in the grab. Smart plays from Excelsior that lead to, a pretty nice ult economy on top of the time bank.
I mean, they are, just rolling through right now. Libero getting caught right up into the front, but not going to be taken down. Shatter will go ahead and knock the break down, but again, there's no one there to try to scoop the kill. The armor was still rolling through from the rally as well, so Libero more than safe. Armors up everyone on his squad. Back on that Nene, and Dynasty constantly pushing back, not able to push forward. What they want to be able to do. The grab, however, going to be coming down, locks him up as they look for a couple kills. Transcendence going to be coming in. JJoNak pushing forward, keeping everybody topped up, and now Fisher in an awkward position will be taken down. Mono going to be on the trade. Echo dumps the bomb, finds a pick on the Jehong though. And New York Excelsior continue to trade up a fight-for-one exchange.
And remember, this staircase, one of the toughest parts to cross through. Michelle, again, in the critical moment, does not have his EMP ready. Mono charges in, splits the team in half. They get control of the high ground. And that EMP, in this moment, you never want to use it here. You don't want to use it for a part where you could win a fight just by default. You want to use it for those critical moments, and he's not able to hit it in time. And again, New York gets through this tough spot without dealing with that EMP. The trade-off is there's no self-destruct. There's no shatter combo like we saw in the previous choke, right, from Mono and Mecco. You can't utilize that when you're running the Sombra. So the EMPs need to be ready in time, and finally New York is shutting that down.
Pushing forward, the EMP comes out. Munchkin already going to be taken down, but they get Mono in the trade back. Extra hack there on the Libero. And it will be a one fight for Seoul Dynasty as they finally stabilize here on Rialto. Couple ults getting ready to come online, but there's still 4:15 in the time bank for NYXL.
And this is not the moment where you use the EMP and you feel like you've really won something. It's kind of like, well, of course we're going to win this fight with the EMP. We wanted to win it on the staircase so we can maintain that high control. They don't really have any other advantages here, and New York is still building ultimates with a better time bank. Michelle, very risky.
Yeah, hiding in the corner, trying to find an angle for that hack. Rally comes in from Libero. Michelle taking a bit of damage, will be okay. Fleta just going to be lobbing at these right clicks. Grab comes in, locks him up. Shields are there, trying to go in for that slam. Mono drops the hammer, but doesn't find anybody. But Fisher finds so many for his squad. Transcendence still rolling in for JJoNak as they try to get the follow-up kills. Could still go either way for these squads. Fisher, under so much pressure, will be the first one to crumble as JJoNak snipes him out. They get the stun, however, and JJoNak will be taking down the hack on the Mono. Leads to another kill to the right.
Another EMP
comes through, finds everybody still alive for the NYXL, and that should be the cleanup. But man, what a scrappy fight. That was anyone's game.
All right, remember now, though, EMP's used. Jehong used Transcendence. Nene's grab versus Fleta's grab will often be, in these situations, the deciding factor. Because Michelle is on the Sombra, they do not have the ability to have that clutch moment we just saw in Volskaya, where Mecco comes in and absorbs the grab. So basically, Nene gets to dictate the pace of this. He can put this Graviton Surge wherever he wants it. Seoul Dynasty needs to respond. And oftentimes the response is to grab first. We'll see if they can make that happen.
Shots coming through.
He's looking for
Waiting
Fleta.
for his angle, throws it down, catches him off guard. Fleta's going to be taken down. JJoNak finds the kill. Shadow coming in. They push Fisher over to the side of the bomb from Mecco. Manages to find the kill. They're only able to get Nene. Jexay is going lower and lower as he tries to retreat to the inside. Will be able to do so. Jehong going to be 28% away from that next Transcendence, but he needed it yesterday.
And JJoNak, if he gets this is pretty much a win for New York. Huge pick on the Fleta. Perfectly done by Nene.
Absolutely massive. They need this grab to pop, but it's going to whip. Mono does push forward. They get the pin on him, but Fisher's still going to be taken down to half HP. They collapse forward. They manage to break the front line of the NYXL, and Jehong gets the Transcendence ready to roll and uses it. But JJoNak arrives with one of his own, keeping the rest of the squad alive. It's going to be the Shatter coming in from Fisher, locks up a couple, trying to get a pin. Takes Nene low. Cart at the moment going to be in control of this whole dynasty.
You know, JJoNak always known for his aim, sometimes criticized for his decision-making. It's one of those moments where he should have held the trance for sure. Now the EMP is ready.
And Fisher is still so dangerous. The EMP catches all 6 of them again right here at the finish. Mono, Libero, Nene going to be taken down, and Mecco likely going to be staggered.
Now he would have been caught by the EMP either way because of his positioning, but he knew he didn't have Transcendence. But that was an overextension to use the Trance in that last fight. That was the critical tool they had over Jehong, because Jehong didn't have Trance. They could have come in, counter the EMP with a Transcendence, and win that longer fight. Now they find themselves without that tool. Michelle has the ability to build another EMP. That one decision-making mistake from JJoNak could cost them this series. So this is a huge, huge problem. Now, Michelle, obviously, resetting to try to build for this, but New York only has a few good pushes left here, and if that EMP is going to be the deciding factor on the final push, it will win Seoul the map. So they need to do something before that's ready.
1:05 as they arrive back here to the cart. Locked up in this choke, the final gates. NYXL looking for the reverse sweep, need that map 5 first, and they see it right there at the finish line as they try to roll into C. 50 seconds left, Bubbles coming up, trying to build up that energy. Fisher with the shatter online. The grab comes up first. Locking him up. Mono going to be taken down. Fisher swings to win. Libero now eliminated. Fisher gets himself a triple.
This cannot be happening. JJoNak cannot be getting hacked when he needs to have these transcendences online. This is the second time Michelle has found him on one of these defensive fights. Michelle gets in there. This is a right-click hack. This is not an EMP. He threads the needle and prevents the counter-ultimate from coming through. So Flutter's grab gets massive value. Michelle is killing it right now.
Yeah, he's looking for another one. He's trying to build this up. He's had so many full squad hacks in this series. Can he do it again to seal the deal for the Dynasty?
Could be a game-winning, series-winning EMP right here.
It really could, but look at all the ultimates here for the NYXL. 6 online. Dynasty a bit further behind the grab. Not there for Fleta. They can still make this work, but it's going to be in overtime as they work their way forward. What was that? He eats it on the inside. It doesn't do jack. Meko throws a bomb into the back of this play, trying to find something. The EMP comes in. The shatter's absolutely huge. JJoNak trying to keep him alive, and a novel gets picked in the sound barrier. Now the answering grab comes through. OT going to be ticking down, and they've actually done it. Nene chokes at the final hour, throws the grab off to the side, and Dynasty say thank you very much. We're going to the semis.
Unbelievable upset. No one predicted this. Not a single person. No analyst said that Seoul Dynasty would take this, and they do it in flying colors. Michelle absolutely kills it on the Sombra. That was the X factor. That was what they needed. He was able to find and hack JJoNak in such important, critical moments. JJoNak with some decision-making mistakes, and overall, in some ways, this is not the New York Excelsior we saw throughout Stage 1, but Seoul Dynasty, they come in. It's the old lunatic high roster with Zumba who starts it, and it's Jaehong and the newest member, Fisher, who finish it. And what a series it was. All forms of Seoul Dynasty here from multiple timelines. Their first playoffs, they make a semis, defeating the second-seeded team. You can't ask for a bigger upset than this one. You can't ask for a better story than Seoul Dynasty just coming in absolutely clutch. Michelle on the Sombra, what a... I'm speechless watching his play.
Insane. Insane start for the Dynasty, moving up 2-0. You can see the elation on this squad. We heard at the beginning from the desk, these guys are the pride of Korea. There's a lot of Korean teams in the Overwatch League, but they're the only ones representing the country, and they finally make it to the playoffs, and they finally go to a semifinal. The guys, let's go ahead and hear from some of the players. We've got Danny down on the floor standing by with Ryu Jaehong.
Thanks, guys. What is up, everybody? Give it up for Seoul Dynasty and Ryu Jaehong, everybody. They have done it. They have pulled off the upset. They have defeated the undefeated NYXL. Jaehong, how are you feeling right now? 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
지금 정말 너무 기분 좋고요. 첫 풀업 진출에서 어떻게 보면 뉴욕이랑 풀업 진출하기 전에 런던을 이겼었잖아요. 진출하고 나서는 뉴욕을 이겨서 너무 좋고요. 전 시즌에는 한 번도 못 이겼던 팀들이기 때문에 더욱더 깊은 날이고요. 뜻깊은 날. 너무 좋네요.
Feels really great. You know, before coming into the stage playoffs, we got to defeat London and now NYXL. This is our first ever stage playoffs, and both teams that we defeated were teams that we could have defeated last season. So it really, really feels great. Well, congratulations. And also, the last match you guys played against NYXL, JJoNak said that he will make sure that you actually, Jaehong, will never defeat him. And as we all saw, that didn't really happen, right? So I guess it's your turn, Jaehong. What do you want to say to JJoNak? 자, 아까 저번에 뉴욕이랑 경기를 했을 때 조한 선수 이제 재홍 선수가 한 번도 이제 못 이기게 한다 이런 말씀 해주셨는데 이제는 재홍 선수의 차례인 것 같아요. 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
이게 솔직히 저 어제 자기 전에 이기면 어떡하지? 이기면은 혹시 인터뷰를 하면 어떤 말을 해볼까라고 생각을 하면서 잤어요. 그냥 성현아 이겨버렸다 어떡하지?
All right. So last night before going to sleep, I was actually thinking about this, and I thought, what if I win? What if we Seoul Dynasty defeat NYXL? And I guess all I could say is this, JJoNak, we did it. We won. That's all I have to say. Everybody, give it up for Jaehong one more time. Back to you guys, casters.
Thank you very much, Danny. It turns out that JJoNak was in the wrong Star Wars movie. This was Revenge of the Sith, when Anakin could not defeat Obi-Wan.
I mean, look at this, by the way. Not only have they, upset in this stage in their first playoffs, this is the first time they defeated New York as well. It took them 6 times of playing against them. They even lost this stage 3-1. but they take their very first win against New York. So what a monumental moment this is for the Dynasty. I mean, this is probably their happiest day they've had since they joined the Overwatch League.
I would have to agree with that. It's the first time they're going to have a player of the match in a playoff game. So let's go ahead and figure out who that is. Presented by Omen by HP as always, and it's going to be Michelle.
Of course it's Michelle here. On the D.Va to start things off, you know, after he subbed in for Zumba, he had a few moments here on the defense where he was able to utilize high ground. New York couldn't take it back, but it was really his Sombra who stole the show. Constantly finding big hack targets, getting massive EMPs. A third of his EMPs leading into Rialto were actually leading to eliminations. A third of his hacks. Comes away with 124 hacks. So still a third here, basically, with, 44 hack elims versus enemies hacked. And the guy hit the hacks onto JJoNak and friends in the most critical moments, especially those 2 hacks where he literally got right-clicked hacked and prevented JJoNak from saving those fights.
And he only dies 7 times. And when you think about JJoNak, you think about he's the guy who can pick off the Sombras as they're coming in for the EMPs. Wasn't able to do it too many times here, so fantastically done, well-deserved by Michelle. And like Jaehong said, they did it. They will be advancing forward. They have the 3-1 over the NYXL. We still have to wait and see who their opponent is going to be.
Yeah. This breaks all the storylines. Rip up the script, because everyone said Excelsior is going to win this stage. And it's Dynasty who upsets them. No one would have thought it. Some people said maybe, we'll see one of our other teams that advances take them out in the semis. It was discussed on the pre-show, but nobody said Dynasty. And now it's time to write a new storyline. How far can Dynasty go?
Well, we have to wait a little bit longer to find out. The semis, of course, going to be coming up on Saturday, but we have another match for you today. It's going to be the Vancouver Titans going up against the Boston Uprising. Already won. Monumental upset. Can we see another one with Boston taking away a series and giving the Titans their first loss? We're going to find out when we come back from the break, so make sure you guys stay tuned. We'll see you in just a few.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
For 5 weeks, the anticipation has been building. We have an awesome day of Overwatch. It is playoff time. Let's go.
The Atlanta Reign solidify this spot in the playoffs.
Boston Uprising going the distance. San Francisco Shock, one of the greatest holds I have ever seen.
The Fusion clinched their spot in the playoffs.
Congrats, Toronto fans. The Defiant are in the playoffs.
Seoul Dynasty complete the clean sweep. That's a 4-0. Oh, that was a sick charge. The bomb is there. They do it again. That is a huge kill. And the Titan will get the 7-0 in stage 1.
Absolute dominance here from this squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. I hope you guys are ready.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League Stage 1 playoffs. Joe and Monte Cristo here, and how about that? What a start to the playoffs. I don't think any of us predicted that Seoul was going to be able to pull that out, but they did, and it was awesome. That was a sick match.
It was really, really good. Very close match, and it is always exciting to see teams catch on fire at the start of these stage playoffs, and now with the way Seoul's playing, who knows how deep this run is going to be. But enough about that, Doa.
Right, indeed. Let's take a look at how our bracket has kind of shaken down as we look ahead to Vancouver Titans versus Boston Uprising. So, the interesting thing is that now, if Vancouver wins, they'll get to dodge Shock. They would play Seoul instead. So that might be something good for them on their side of things.
I don't know. With the way we saw the Dynasty playing today.
You know, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. Michelle's really good. What can you say? That was a sick match. We got to talk about our next one, though. I would love to keep talking about Seoul versus New York all day, but let's talk about the Vancouver Titans. These guys are obviously our #1 seed in Stage 1, coming over from Korea. They were Team Runaway. They metamorphosized. They Pokemon evolved into Vancouver Titans, and they have only gotten stronger. These guys are amazing.
Yeah, it's a good thing their name is no longer Runaway Doa, because that's the exact opposite of their play style. They are all in, the most aggressive triple tank, triple support team that we have in this league. Incredibly exciting to watch.
Yeah.
But as they noted on the pre-show, one thing that Fusion said coming into this match is that the Boston Uprising preferred to play Vancouver here in the first round over NYXL. They think they have an opportunity to really attack that support line.
I think a big part of that is the guy on your screen right now. Note, this guy's diva is insane, and Boston is so good at finding ways to get Note in on the flex support specifically and just wreck them, right?
Yeah, it's been really good for Note so far. They did show it in Watchpoint beforehand to Shake Split, how he's able to consistently get into the back lines and eliminate those Zenyatas. He actually has the most Zenyatta kills of any diva in the league right now.
Yeah.
John is #2, and you know what? We swiped this from his desk before.
It's his Note death.
It's
of
exactly.
Course. Yeah.
You can see he's got all of the names of the flex supports that he's managed to take out so far in this season. So he's going to have to write a couple more names, I think, in this tonight. Twilight needs to go in here if Boston Uprising are going to win.
I've got one of those at home, but it only has Brigitte written in it. Don't ask me. It hasn't worked yet. Anyway.
I think yours might be ineffective.
Could be. We'll see.
You should try the Note death instead.
I should give that one a try next
you go.
time. We got to introduce our first team, Monty. Here we go. From the frigid Northeast. Give it up for the Boston Uprising. Here you go. Blase charge as Boston takes the stage, and they've had a great stage. It's been interesting because they win through deception. They win through trickery. They are like the ninja stealth team. They're really fun to watch. I'm glad they're in the playoffs.
Me too, but it's very weird that they currently rank number 18 out of 20 teams in this league in team fight win percentage at 45%. It's
bizarre.
So they've been able to make the playoffs and win 4 of their matches through this trickery that you're talking about. And a lot of that comes down to Fusion's shot calling in the game and the excellence of their coaching staff to develop some very tricky plays. So we'll have our eyes on that tonight.
Well, they're going to need that and more if they're going to have any chance of taking down our #1 seed. Let's hear it for the Vancouver Titans. And here they come. The #1 seed we mentioned before. Squad from Korean contenders dominated over there under the name Runaway. Now Vancouver Titans dominating in the Overwatch League too. What can you say?
And I feel like they probably breathed a sigh of relief after that last match. It does,
I think a bit, yeah.
I think, make their road to a Stage 1 title significantly easier, not to have to go through the NYXL in order to get there, but may have thrown a little bit of their planning off now as well, because if they win tonight, they probably will be facing Seoul. So they probably haven't had a lot of time to think about that, and they're going to have to really reconsider their strategies going into Saturday.
Well, they've got some good footage to look at as far as Seoul's concerned with that match against New York. Seoul definitely putting it all out there. So Vancouver, they've got some time to study. But let's take a look at this tank matchup. It's going to be Bumper versus Fusions, and this is going to be a really, really interesting one. We've got kind of the Korean veteran coming in against Fusion, the rookie player for Boston, who has really been explosive on the scene. These guys are both so aggressive, so good at what they do, but who's going to win out in the end? It's kind of tough to tell.
Well, Bumper is sitting at #1 in terms of Reinhardt damage per 10 minutes right now. Fusion's mostly middle of the pack on his statistics, but for a team that's winning less than 50% of their team fights on average, being middle of the pack on Reinhardt is pretty good. And you can see Fusion's mouth, their motor mouth, moving 1,000,000 miles a minute, and that's really where his strength comes into this roster, is his creative shot calling.
1,000,000 miles a minute. Wow, that's even faster than 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's incredibly fast. But yeah, for someone to come into the league like this, remember, he was on that two-way contract with their contenders team, right? But they brought him up to the main roster, and he has been such a great addition after Gamsu left. And seeing him play against Bumper is going to be really great.
And look at that stat right there on your screen. Win rate after first death. Bumper's team still wins 25% of the fights when they're down Bumper in a 5 versus 6 or more. So that's pretty ridiculous. Obviously, fighting from a player down. On average in this meta, in this league, you're probably looking at maybe like a 17% win rate. And Bumper dies doesn't mean Vancouver is down for the count.
Yeah, I mean, win rate after first elim too, 93% for Bumper. So he is deadly, right? Always has a big smile on his face as well. Always likes to do a little bit of the trash talking, which we're always excited about. I'm always up for some of that.
Me too. I mean, it's one of the, I think, the great parts of the league this season is a lot of the players have really opened up with some of the trash talking. Adds a bit more fun and color to the Overwatch League as a whole.
So when you look at this match, I mean, obviously a lot of people would say Vancouver coming into this as the big favorite. Yep. But we just got done seeing a match where the big favorite got wrecked, kind of. So I don't know, man. I want to predict. I did predict Vancouver. It's not that I wanted to. I actually did literally predict Vancouver on social media. Am I going to get 2 in a row wrong today?
Who knows? And the thing about the Boston Uprising that's dangerous is if they can fix their team fight win rate for tonight, I think that it's their cohesion in the 6 versus 6 that's been lacking. And if that's better tonight, they have a real chance to win.
I agree. Let's take a look at our map list by Toyota. We're going to start things off on Ilios. This is a best of 5, of course, and we're going to go to Hybrid after that, and so on and so forth.
Forever.
Forever, that's right.
But loser picks map after this. But Ilios, not a surprise. First off, it's the map that is best for 3-3, which is definitely the bread and butter, not only of this meta, but the Vancouver Titans in particular. And they're 4-0 on this map this season. So they're going to start with something very comfortable for them. And I think this is the right call.
So we talked a little bit about what Boston can do to sort of win against Vancouver. And one of those things is kind of watching out for Bumper, right? Bumper does like to get way out there in front of his team. And that gives you a chance to jump the back line if you're Boston, or to maybe isolate and take Bumper out. And as we saw, his team still wins 1 out of 4 fights when Bumper dies first. So it's not going to completely win it for you, but it's going to help out. Maybe if you can get back on Twilight, that's going to be a good spot for you too.
I mean, they're going to be ready for that though, Doa. Haksal going to get into the back line and find AimGod, and this will be a pretty quick mop up here for the Titans.
Well, Haksal, that DPS maestro from Vancouver, obviously playing a lot of the Brigida in this current meta, but once he is unleashed, presumably in stage 2, we're going to see a lot more flashy stuff from him.
Yeah, and we talk about Note at the start of this series being so good against Zenyatta's, but the problem for them is that the Titans, Twilight only dies around 4% of the time first in team fights, so it is very difficult to get back and kill him.
Yep, he's definitely one of our best flex supports in the league. Vancouver kind of say that for everybody on Vancouver, more or less.
You'll notice the Titans are playing less aggressively. They're playing around Twilight here, so they're anticipating that they're going to come after the Zen.
Right to say that, Monty. Then they get aggressive, but they manage to split Fusions off from the rest of the team and take him down. So a great start for Vancouver in this fight. Twilight duking it out. against Kellex, and Kellex finally eliminated by Janu. Boston Uprising sent packing. That staggered kill onto Kellex is going to buy a little bit more percentage for the Titans as well.
And in the pre-show on Watchpoint, they showed how sometimes the self-destruct can be used to split the tank line off from the back line, something the Boston Uprising like to do, but Vancouver Titans is playing as a death ball right now. They're clustered together, and it's not possible to get the self-destruct in.
Rallies for both teams, giving them that extra armor. As Boston tries to push forward here. Summon Sue off in the side of the hallway. Safe. There's going to be a shatter from Fusions coming in. Not going to get a lot. Sound Barrier trying to keep the rest of Boston alive as they're in the grab right now. Now Vancouver gets the grab in kind. Here comes a self-destruct. Boston finding nobody, but they do get Bumper after the ultimate from D.Va is used. So a chance for Boston. Vancouver, they got to get one of those 25% fights here. If they're going to win it without Bumper.
Yeah, they do, but it's not going to happen this time, Doa.
Nope. Twilight down, and that's going to be Boston finally flipping the point and starting to get their own control percent building.
Yeah, are they going to get any exit kills, though? Obviously, Haksal low, and they do with Fusion's Fire Strike. So
they will.
One pursuit kill will allow Boston to get a few more control percent to them, but this is one fight territory, really, at nearly 80% for the Vancouver Titans.
Yep. So Vancouver Titans put themselves in a position where they really just kind of need to win maybe just one more fight to take this round. A lot of times, if you can win it, extend that fight, get a couple kills on the way out, you can get that last bit of percentage. We will see. Though Slime gets knocked down early. That was a good shatter from Fusions to bring that in. Now Bumper in trouble, and Boston striking back. That's a great team fight, and they are going to get a lot of control percent out of this.
Yeah, and a lot of value out of that as well, because they're able to use the Earth Shatter to pick off Slime as he's trying to flank around. So easy elimination onto the Lucio. And now Boston Uprising able to hold on to their Graviton Surge, their Transcendence.
Yeah.
And we feeling pretty good.
It's interesting to see Vancouver on the back foot like this. You do not see that very often from this team in this stage, but Boston with a pretty good position here to make a go at winning this first round here on Ruins.
Yeah, it looks like we may be going all the distance, Doa, 99-99 here.
I will take all of that distance in the playoffs, man. I am happy to watch as many maps overall as I can. This Graviton Surge used by Vancouver. They're going to take Blase out with the charge. Bumper backing away, low health. They need to keep him alive. Down to about 200 HP per second, but they're able to strike back again. It's going to be the rally from Haksal, giving his team the extra armor to get aggressive, and they are going to win this fight against Boston. Boston, though, up to 90 control percent, putting themselves in one fight territory, but they need to take it back as Vancouver, you got to stand on the point. There you go, Bumper back on there, and the control percent building for Vancouver once more.
I mean, Boston can slow push this out, though. They didn't overcommit on those ultimates. Look at the top right now. Color Hex and Note able to get the combo in. It comes down to the support ults from the Titans and whether they can stop it.
Now they got to be efficient, like you said, with those support ultimates. Shatter gets blocked by Fusions. Now
Big Shatter
comes in. Fusions in response gets another one. There's a grab now coming in from Color Hex. Where's the follow-up? Not a lot of damage as the Sound Barrier used in Vancouver. The ones coming up with the kills here at 99%, but Boston does flip it back somehow. They got to back cap it. Vancouver needs to retake, but with the fight being won, I think they're going to be able to do just that. Overtime bar ticking away right now. Vancouver on the verge of taking the first run here. That charge is not going to take Fusions anywhere, and we are going to round two with Vancouver up 1-0 here on Ilios.
And Boston took the best fight they could right there. They hit the shatter onto Janu's D.Va, gave them an opening to use the Graviton Surge when the defense matrix was unusable, but simply not enough to power through the Titans in the end. 99-99, barely. Vancouver takes the first point.
I mean, it's great to see, though, Boston already giving Vancouver kind of a run for their money in the very first round of the very first map. So more serious faces on the Titan side right now, as they know they're going to be in for maybe a little bit trickier match than they thought it would be. That said, though, they did win the first round anyway. Now we're getting started here on Lighthouse, where Boston showing us a bit of a different look than we normally see.
Especially Blase on the Junkrat here, so even weirder than normal. We're used to seeing Pharah, Hammond, and the Sombra on this point, but the Junkrat, a bit of a mix-up right now.
Well, with the Junkrat, you've got so much shield breaking potential, and you can just pour so much damage into the enemy team that if you're playing as that death ball that Vancouver showed us on Ruins, you can really kind of get a lot of damage in there, too. Nice sleep on the Summon Sue. Vancouver protecting him, though.
And that's really big because that delayed their opportunity to switch compositions. By getting the sleep onto the Zarya, they can't really return to the point now without giving it up first.
Bumper knocked off immediately. No, with the elimination there. Great start for Boston. But that said, the Titans on the verge of capping it first. In fact, they will. Boston needs to find a way to reapproach. Really bizarre that they would get the early kills but still give the point over. They're still winning the fight, but they got to take this away from Vancouver sometime. Now looks like they finally will.
Yeah, they will, and that's a lot of ult charge the Boston Uprising are going to get already with an EMP.
Yeah.
So they lose 15%. This composition is not easily able to stand on the point. They don't have big health pools. It has to be the Wrecking Ball who goes in there, and mostly this is about splitting people off before they even get there. And we've seen Blase be able to throw down a couple of mines and eject people off for environmental kills already on some of these perilous catwalks near the point.
You really got to watch out for those concussion mans, or you are taking a quick trip down to the beach. Blase dead when he had his ultimate available. Ooh, that's a problem for Boston as Vancouver pushes forward. Luckily, Calix is there to res him, and that's a nice EMP from Note onto a lot of members of the Titans. Here comes the tire. Oh, but he doesn't get anybody. That was a little bit bizarre that it ended up being used up there. That said, Boston's still winning the fight in the end.
And they flipped
Vancouver
the point.
Flipped it, though. This is getting crazy, Monty.
It's getting very crazy, and because the point was flipped again, Colorex is going to launch Twilight on the side. Finally, Slime falls, and even though this Wrecking Ball is so low, doesn't look like it. Oh, finally, Janu.
That boots him with the whip shot, I guess, in the end. Actually, it's him with the auto attack. Kellick's there for the res, though. Meanwhile, Vancouver still building that control percentage. They're going to stabilize, it looks like. This has been a bizarre round.
It's been super weird. Boston hasn't been paying attention to the point. The Riptire getting picked off on the high ground, not really going to be doing Boston any favors, and now they've reset their ult economy. It's time to go 3-3 most likely, and that's what they're going to do.
That's right. Unleash the goats, as they say. The triple tank, triple support meta.
This is so brutal. And you can see that Vancouver was ready for this. They were back at spawn to switch Seominsu over to the Zarya and taxi him back. These are going to be slightly later to the point.
Yep. Vancouver, the outside looking in though. Boston Uprising on the point first, but they got to stay there. Ooh, and that's a nice poop from Slime onto Kelix. That might just do it. Self-destruct catches 2 for Janu. Fusions and Blase down. Aim God takes a dive to reset quicker, and that's going to be Boston heading back to the drawing board, and I don't think they've got a lot of time, man. 90% for Vancouver already.
I think this was a great idea from Boston, Doa, but the problem is that they had to get up to 80-90% with that composition before switching to 3-3. Now they're behind on ult economy, and it's just a disaster.
And you lose fusions at the beginning of the fight, too. There is almost no way for Uprising to come back and tie up this one, and they're not even going to get to the point. That's Vancouver Titans getting the 2-0 on Ilios.
I think
First round looked okay for Boston. Second round, all fusion.
I think it was a good idea. I think it was a great strategy. I just think that because they gave up the point, it ended up being ineffective.
Quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if Boston can tie it up. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered. And by State Farm. Whatever life brings your way, State Farm is here to help life go right.
Well, it's been the wrath of the Titans so far as they picked up Ilios in short order. A little bit of a struggle on round 1, but round 2, very much in Vancouver's favor. We move on now. It's going to be Kings Row. It's going to be our hybrid map as our second map in this series between Boston Uprising and the Vancouver Titans.
So here's the thing, Doa. There must be a special strategy that the Boston Uprising are going to use because Kings Row, Uprising are 0-2 on this map this stage, and Titans are 2-0. And I thought that Boston was going to be going with Numbani because there's a chance for them to snowball off of a multi-DPS attack.
Yeah.
Because probably we'd see the Titans running a Reinhardt 3-3 defense where you'd have an advantage. Problem, of course, is that we did see Guangzhou play that into the Titans, and even though they lost point A very quickly, they stabilized and held on B. So maybe they're thinking about that. That's definitely in their mind. Now, you can run a lot of unique strategies on Kings Row attack A and B, so I don't think we're going to see 3-3 from Boston. I think that would be a very terrible idea to try and engage Vancouver in the extended Reinhardt 3-3 composition war.
Indeed. We'll see what they can do on this hybrid map. So in case you're unfamiliar, as you can see on your screen, got to cap the point first, get the payload rolling, and then get it to the end. And if you're on defense, you get to prevent that from happening. If you look at the UI, though, oops, oh. The ritual has begun.
Putting the red X over the Yeti.
That's right. They're Yeti hunting this time. You know, a Yeti really isn't a Titan when you think about it. It's a cryptid. It's an animal rumored to exist, but has not been proven by science yet. So they really should be the Vancouver cryptids if they're going to be the Yeti.
Or just have Saturn as their mascot, right?
That's right, yeah. There you go.
Regardless, they're still devouring the competition, so they're living up to that Titan name to some degree.
I like it. You brought it back around. Clean. Boston on the attack. They are going to go, in fact, for the triple support strategy anyway. What do you think?
I'm really surprised. Maybe they've got something else planned on defense here. You could still bunker up with Orisa and Junkrat potentially, but
True.
I don't think this is going to be a long-term viable winning solution for Boston.
Yeah, Vancouver getting a little bit aggressive on the defense now, trying to find a member of Boston to pick off. Get that short-handed fight going in their favor. So far, so good. Twilight looping around with the right click. Ooh, doesn't find anybody, but that was a nice move. He's an aggressive Zenyatta. I appreciate that. Ooh, Fusion's really low here, and he's going to go down. Bumper finds him with the Fire Strike, and he's going to drop as well. Twilight taking Blase, so it looks like Vancouver's going to win this fight, but it will be a little bit quicker respawn for Boston. You can see Vancouver really trying to get all the kills they can at the trail end of that fight to give Bumper time to get back.
Yeah, he's going to get back too. He's got the charge on the Reinhardt to make it back in plenty of time, and Boston can't just walk into this next fight without getting some Zarya energy onto Color Hex first. So plenty of time for Bumper to get there. He's already back.
Indeed. He's back. Ready to rock. Boston Uprising heading up the stairs as they try to take the high ground. It's pretty important. I learned that from Obi-Wan.
Ooh, that was a nice boop there onto Kelix. A little more damage might have taken him down.
All right, Graviton Surge thrown in. It's going to be the Transcendence from Boston, but they can't protect Fusion. And Vancouver with another team fight win here. Is that Reinhardt out of commission? That's going to be it. Yeah, and Vancouver just chasing again really aggressively to get those exit kills. And so far, so good for the Titans here on defense.
I mean, all too easy. You get a two-player grab onto the... Uh-oh, here he comes. Here's Bumper with another secret shatter. The sneaky ninja shatter's coming in.
No, we always say check your corners. This is why.
Check your buses. They don't see him. They see him
do. Oh, Aim God. Aim God, you are a hero, man. He knew. You can always count on the flex support. Trust me, I'm a flex support. Here's the grab thrown in by Boston as they try to win this fight. Self-destruct, and that was a great charge by Fusions to remove some of the shielding that Vancouver had, and that may just have delivered that point A. It looks like it has done just that.
Maybe a little bit cocky. There's sometimes when the Vancouver Titans are very far ahead, they try and style on you a little bit. But here's the thing. When you're walking up to the point and you don't see a Reinhardt, you just look for the Reinhardt.
Well, especially on Kings Row, right?
And especially
that Reinhardt
against
is always
Vancouver.
In front, man. Yeah. Oh, Bumper, where could you be? Oh. On the flank, of course. So Vancouver Titans playing themselves a little bit there. It was not a bad idea, but it's kind of obvious. They can take the high ground. Ooh, this is sneaky from Vancouver, too.
They're all... Unfortunately for them, D.Va makes a lot of noise.
Yeah, she can't crouch walk. They didn't build that into the mech, I guess. They're gonna drop down now. Oh, and Bumper! He got interrupted during the animation, I believe. No, that was Fusions actually that dropped the Shatter. My bad. And that's gonna be Boston winning another fight. Titans trying to be sneaky here, but Boston is having none of it. They are so ready.
I think it's an interesting idea when you don't really have any viable ultimates outside of the sound barrier to at least attempt a trick play. Sure. But in the end, they don't actually stop the payload, so they trade a bunch of payload movement for basically Fusions using Earth Shatter. And that is a terrible trade.
Yeah. Now they've got another chance to defend at the end of point B here. Probably. But Boston really flying through the second part of this map. Vancouver needs a good hold here. They need to take a little bit more time off the time bank before point C begins. That's the one you want to hold on, but you at least want to eat as much as you can right now. Graviton Surge ready for Solminsu, looking for a chance to throw that in there. Boston Uprising, they know what's up. They're backing away. When you see that Zarya running right at you, you kind of know what's coming.
Yeah, you definitely do. And even though they have support ultimates, and maybe they could have weathered the storm right there, they're still giving a lot of ground to the Titans.
I'm trying to be efficient with it, but here comes the grab now for the Titans. Can they get the kills out of that? Calyx down. Transcendence comes in, but not in time to save the Lucio. And now Boston without that sound barrier. They need some answering kills right now, but they're just not getting them. So they're still going to have the Lucio ultimate for the next fight, but for now they're backing away. They're trying not to lose people, but they lose Fusions anyway.
Here comes the Shatter.
Yeah, there is no blocks for that. Format from Bumper. Wow, it's almost like you're psychic, Monty. Who could have predicted that?
It's almost like they wanted to make sure the Zarya died, and there was no barrier, so why not just throw it out there for Bumper?
I just love the resigned disappointment in your voice. Here comes the Shatter. Like, you know what's happening. It's like if Garfield was casting Overwatch or something. I love it. Here comes the Shatter.
I don't hate Mondays, though. They're my day off, though, so.
That is true. Monday and Tuesday are kind of like our weekend now. Yeah. I love lasagna, though. Do you love lasagna?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right. Well, there you go.
All right. So 5 ults up now from the Titans because they only had to really use the Shatter on the exit there. They kept Twilight's Transcendence even though their tank line got low on that last fight. So now Uprising has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, here we go. All right, grab used by Vancouver again. They're going to send in Johnny with the self-destruct. Can they get rid of the shield? They can, but the sound barrier is there. So nobody dropping from Boston just yet. Now, no responding with his own ultimate, but he gets taken out before he can get back into the mech. And that's a big opportunity for Vancouver here.
I mean, the grab and the self-destruct ended up on opposite sides of the payload.
Yeah, that was bizarre, actually.
A little bit weird there from the Boston Uprising. And now they've got another push, though. Lots of ults had to be used from the Titans, obviously. They still are going to hold on to the sound barrier, but AimGod with the Transcendence. Boston can make this work.
Yeah, they've got not a lot of tools, but they've got the crucial ones they need. You got to be careful, though. AimGod's Transcendence is key here. If he doesn't use it just perfectly, they're going to have a lot of problems. Less than 10 seconds remain. It's now or never. Fusions needs to step back to get a bit of healing. There's a Shatter. Knocks down Twilight. The sound barrier there for Vancouver to keep him safe. And here comes the grab onto Boston Uprising. Calyx down. Not a great start for Boston. And they lose Blase too. With that self-destruct, that is going to be where the payload stops for Boston. Vancouver Titans with a solid hold here on Kings Row.
How many times have we seen this from the Titans, Noah? They look like they're going to full hold. Bumper tries the flank Shatter. They give up some ground. They bend, but they never break in the end.
It was still a good hold when it's all said and done. They're going to have a decent chance to attack and go up 2-0 in this series. We'll see if they can do just that when we come back.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Vancouver Titans with a good defensive round on Kings Row. Got a little bit silly towards the end of A, but they were able to tighten things up and hold on point B. So they've got a pretty good shot of winning this map. You know, you don't need to push it that far after you take point A.
Yeah, you don't. And with the way that we're seeing things go and with the look that the Boston Uprising are showing us right now, which is Reinhardt Goats, I don't know what their plan is in order to take this. Meanwhile, this may actually be a legitimate strategy here by the Titans. Oh, they're going to switch off.
Don't forget, guys, Stage 1 semifinal, Saturday, March 23rd, 12 p.m. Pacific on ABC. That's going to be great. Can't wait. We're going to be there. How about that? Double sniper coming out from Vancouver Titans right now. Oh, or not. Why you got to play me that way?
I just want to slow roll into this. Sometimes we do see the double sniper attacks. Not this time, however. As it will be, I think they were thinking maybe if it wasn't Reinhardt 3-3, they would have an opportunity to go for it, but too many barriers, too much defense matrix in order to get the damage in from the snipers.
Here we go, Vancouver getting aggressive early on here. Oh, they get right onto Aim God. Janu getting back there, kind of giving Boston a taste of their own medicine with their D.Va taking out the flex support. And Vancouver, it looks like they're going to roll to a pretty quick A. Boston Uprising can try to fight this again, but I don't know if you want to fight it shorthanded. A lot of low health members. They only have one support with Twilight or with Aim God down now. So yeah, that's going to be a really quick point to take tons of time for Vancouver to finish this map.
And the problem is that when you lose the Zenyatta first and you don't have the AoE healing from the Brigitte because you're not in range to use the melees, you just only have the Lucio healing field. So if your tanks are chunked out, you don't have the Orbital Harmony, so you just can't re-engage, right? There's not a way to do it. So perfect first pickoff here.
Well, that's the thing. 3-3 can be a very low healing comp. If you don't have the Brigitte and they're swinging around and getting that Inspire proc off hitting the enemy. So, Vancouver Titans pushing forward now. Boston Uprising still giving ground. They don't have a lot of ultimates to try to use. There's an early grab for Vancouver, trying to get something done with that. Not a lot of damage done. Boston Uprising weathering the storm without having to use their support ultimates. It's pretty big. Might be time soon. Bumper load. There's the support ultimates actually coming up for both teams. Transcendence versus the Sound Barrier. Boston uses theirs as well, but now as the Trance and the Sound Barrier end, the kills come in for Vancouver, and they're going to push this thing even farther. It's looking grim for the Uprising.
It is very grim indeed. Aim God going down before they had a chance to use the Transcendence. Bumper
a little bit of style.
Literally flexing on them right now.
Yeah, that's what you do. So,
I mean, there's a grab here, but the Sound Barrier's there for the Titans, so they have the tools they need to survive the self-destruct.
You know, you go in there maybe with the Transcendence to get really aggressive on this. That's what Boston's going to do. They're going to try to surprise him. Nope, goes down early as he tries to use a self-destruct. Janu gets Kellex with his self-destruct instead. And Vancouver just rolling over Boston. The Titans have come to feed, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead in style for Vancouver.
Why do you pick Kings Row if you're 0-2 on it, Uprising, and you have nothing besides playing Vancouver style against them?
Third time's a charm, I guess?
No.
Not this time. Not for Boston. They're 0-3 on that map now. We'll see if they can bring it back after halftime. We'll see you then.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
They don't just play for a team. They play for every fan, every rival, every moment, every match. And when everyone watching expects the best, they perform with the best.
The Vancouver Titans have come out in full force right now as they're up 2-0 over the Boston Uprising at the half. Bumper and company looking ever so dominant. Welcome, guys. Malik here. We got the Brits, both Bryn and Sideshow here for halftime for the first time.
They said it couldn't be done.
No, they said it shouldn't be done.
Exactly.
It wasn't
we should not be on the same camera at the same time. Not ideal, really.
Some kind of
for any
weird,
parties.
Oh boy,
mysterious forces at work.
We're also both wearing blue. We could be confusing each other right now.
Oh boy,
we're big Titans fans.
You guys feeling good to be reunited? You good? You good? You good?
You know, give or take. It's hit or miss. Hit or miss with this guy around usually. When he's not messing around in the back and all the rest of it.
Right.
We do have games to break down. Maybe we should.
Let's go ahead and jump into it now, guys. Vancouver, they actually look like themselves today. So far, up 2-0. What did you guys see in that first half that stood out to you the most?
I would personally say that it just looks like Titans are playing their own game. Yeah. And Boston, although they said that they would rather play against Titans than NYXL, because both of these two teams have aggressive play styles driven by their main tank, they're just kind of getting destroyed. They're trying to play Titans' game, but Titans are better.
No, I completely agree with you, Josh. And this comes down to what I was talking about in the pre-game as well, in the watch point before the games went live today. And the main point that I was talking about was Boston, they have these set plays, and you can definitely see them trying to execute a lot of them. They have a lot of set engagements, plans of attack, if you like. But the Vancouver Titans, their chaotic, their high momentum play style has really just forced them out of their comfort zone. And I think it is throwing them off as well in a significant amount of ways. More notably, I think, Josh, you were saying as well, in the back, a lot of their alter tracking is actually completely off as well for the Boston.
Yeah, a little bit. I think they're struggling with the high tempo. Maybe a bit of the playoffs pressure is getting to them. I mean, playoffs are always a different beast, and for a team that doesn't have as much experience, yes, Boston have been in playoff scenarios before, but not necessarily with this team, and not with Fusions as well. He's quite a dominant main caller within this team, and he doesn't have that experience underneath that kind of level of pressure.
Right. I will say, though, I did enjoy seeing the Uprising try some new stuff. You know, they threw the Junkrat out there, the Sombra, just against the Titans, just not working. They're just
it forces Sominsu to play McCree, and that is never that fun to watch, honestly.
But did you see the way he just stayed in spawn? They baited him to switch back to triple tactical support.
Yes.
It was really class, you know.
Small victories. All right, so let's move on to King's Row. This was pretty much not even King's Row. It was Bumper's Row, because Bumper's the king. He was the king of this match. He completely dominated that entire match.
He really did. What an unreal player.
This was so weird, though, because this was Boston's map pick. And realistically speaking as well, Boston, they are 0-2 on this map so far in this season. And Titans, they're 2-0. So it's like...
They were feeling it today, Brett.
They were feeling it.
They were feeling it.
Were they really feeling it?
This is our game. This is our one to win.
I think it felt like being full held in the streets, mate. That's what I was thinking. Because
I know. But it's so difficult going up against Titans for
it really
because
is,
they're trying to play a similar kind of style where it's driven by the main tank, and Bumper's getting the better end of it. I love how he's using his Earth Shatters. They're so well coordinated. Boston are trying to kind of play similarly, but Bumper's just out here styling on them.
Just styling. He just looks so comfortable. And here we go. If you look at the stats, Bumper almost doubles him in most categories.
This is just absurd, isn't it? Like, look at the hero damage done, doubling. It's just really kind of highlighting as well his aggressive playstyle and how well he's supported. The fact that he has less deaths as well. Yeah. You know, he's kept alive in a lot of these engagements, and he's dishing out damage, and he's building up way more Earth Shatters as a result.
Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that Fusions is playing badly here as well. This isn't meant to be a knock on Fusions. His team was getting rolled, but Bumper's absolutely styling. I love this one. Earth Shatter kills is so high because they use Bumper's Earth Shatter to just at the end of fights when they don't even need the Earth Shatter to be used, but they use it to build up other people's ultimates. So when all the players are scattered on the ground after they've already got the pick on Fusions, Sominsu will just run around like he's got a vacuum cleaner hoovering everybody up. And as they all die, he's got another grav. And so it's so hard to play against this team because they just use their ults perfectly to be able to help each other and build up those bigger ults.
There's just no room for error against the Vancouver Titans. So if you're the Boston Uprising, you're down 0-2, like what is something that you can, like a weakness you can exploit in the Titans? What can you do to slow this team down?
For me, it's less about exploiting weaknesses, and I think it's more about Boston Uprising having to get their head in the game.
Okay.
Because, yes, I think they're already trying to abuse a lot of the weaknesses, a lot of the win conditions that we talk about on a regular basis, like Bumper when he starts playing like a maniac, hiding around corners. Like, they're reading into that. They're not getting caught off guard like that. For me, it's more like Boston needing to change their mindset a lot of the time. Calm down a little bit, playoffs maybe getting to them, you know, calm those nerves, start really collecting their thoughts as well before they go into some of these engagements.
All right. Any words for you?
I think it's very difficult to be able to play against the Titans. You've got to try and minimize your mistakes.
Yeah.
They need a very clear plan when they come into all of these fights. And something I'd like to see them tighten up a little bit more is their aggression, is being able to actually put a lot of pressure on the Titans. They're playing a little scared, backing off a huge distance when they're playing against Rally or playing against like the sound barrier.
Yeah.
I'd like to give them, try and give Titans as little respect as possible.
Right. It's all or nothing. If you're going to commit full fledged. All right, guys. Well, tall mountain to climb for the Boston Uprising. Can they live up to their mantra and rise up over an 0-2 lead? We're going to find out in just a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Toyota, official North American partner of the Overwatch League. Toyota, let's go places.
On the Excelsior game.
You know what's up.
Boston Uprising down 0-2 to the Vancouver Titans right now. They got to dig deep. They're going to come back in this series, but so far, Vancouver looking pretty untouchable.
I mean, they had a brief hiccup that was one of their own creation, yes. And then it was... As they do. And as they do when they get super confident. You can tell that Vancouver is extremely confident that they are going to win a map if you see a play like that. And guess what? They delivered easy roll through A and B on their attack round. And here we are, going to Temple of Anubis now.
Hey, well, I mean, this has been a good map for Boston, so we'll see if they can maybe employ some of the same tricks that they used earlier in some of their stage wins. But I don't know. I got to say, the thing that Boston's been really good at with Note is killing flex supports. You got Twilight, who's one of the least likely flex supports in the league to die.
I think he's second least likely.
Right, we saw that like 4% was the amount of times he died first in a team fight. So for a team like Boston that really relies on those picks, it's going to be so tough.
And the crazier stat, Noah, is that even when you kill Twilight, they still win 31% of their team fights when Twilight dies first. So you can kill him, but they still have a darn good shot of actually winning the team fight afterwards.
Well, Vancouver's been one of the best just like scrappy teams in the league where even if you take somebody out first, because we saw that 25% win rate even if Bumper falls before anyone else as well. So you got to take at least 2 of these guys out if you want to have a real shot at winning that team fight.
And the thing about the Uprising is they lost this map to Seoul. But this is also the only Assault map that Vancouver Titans have lost, and they've only lost it once so far this stage. They're undefeated on the other 2 Assault maps in this pool, and you know what? This is the best point to not play 3-3. Point A on Anubis is possible to full hold still if you're good at Widow and you're good at Junkrat with a Reson defense.
Very true. Boston Uprising on the attack first as Vancouver takes up the defense. Got to take point A. If you take point A, you get a chance to take point B. That's how the Assault map works.
And you'll notice they're playing the Winston on the defense because they assume Boston's going to do something wacky here. But instead, They're going to be able to take this high ground in for free. The Winston has to come in with a Zarya bubble just to try and charge up. But Bumper already at 70% of a primal. This has been a successful defense so far for Vancouver.
Yeah, to have that Winston ultimate available for the very first fight, essentially, the very first real fight on the point, it's going to be huge. That's what you need. Bumper, a little bit lucky, didn't get stunned there by the Brigitte. Now jumps down, doesn't have a lot of health left. He has to primal just to stay alive.
Perfect timing on that primal generation, though.
No kidding, man. He had it just in the nick of time here. Gets the kill on AimGod, he juggled him. And now gets pinned, Fusions takes him out, but it doesn't matter. Vancouver coming back with a kill on the Note as well. So the Titans striking back yet again. They've got the Graviton Surge so fast too, and that's gonna be a successful defense for the Titans, and it's exactly what we're talking about coming into this map, man. You can kill one of the members of Vancouver, but that's not gonna win you the fight.
But what it did do is Fusion's charge onto Bumper allowed the Vancouver, or forced the Vancouver Titans rather, to use the Graviton to clean up the fight. So actually that was pretty successful from the Boston Uprising. They are now returning with what's gonna be 5 ultimates.
Yeah. We'll see if they can take it in their second effort here. Vancouver wants to, oh, that's a big pick on the AimGod from Sominsu. Boston without their Zenyatta is going to really kind of struggle, and they're just going to go right back to spawn. You can't lose your flex support like that early in a fight.
No, you can't, and especially not when you're coming in with what could have been an ultimate advantage for them. I mean, Bumper had to switch over to the Reinhardt. Now he's nearly caught up with Fusions when it comes to that Earth Shatter, and you had a real shot there, Boston Uprising, to win, but you had to win on that attack. AimGod going down is a disaster.
Well, you know, credit to the Titans to really know who to target in that situation, how to slow things down and build the most ultimate charge. That's what they did. Oh, they've got Fusion split off a little bit, barely gets back to his team. They have to use the sound barrier to keep people up. Now the Transcendence comes in from Titans, so his Bumper dropped a bit low too. Oh, nice counter shatter onto AimGod, and Fusion's out of there. The charge comes through. Fusion's caught by Janu's self-destruct. Note tries to drop his own, no kills out of that. That's another team fight win for Vancouver. They had to throw everything but the sound barrier at them, but now Boston with only that Earth Shatter remaining.
Sominsu was just standing on top, beaming them to death. Death from above from Sominsu, and that means the Vancouver Titans, really easy win. Boston Uprising throwing all their ultimates in willy-nilly on that attack.
One of the most crucial things you can do in the 3-3 meta is get your Zarya on the high ground and just start wrecking people with the beam from above. Kellick's down early, another big support pick from Vancouver. Are you kidding me? Boston, you gotta protect your supports. Can't let this keep happening.
Color Hex gonna die as well. I mean, that was just the Earth Shatter from the Titans too. They're gonna have all 3 support ultimates. They stagger Note out at the end. This is going to be the last fight. Uprising, they have nothing defensive. They have no sound barrier, no transcendence, and no rally.
Yeah.
How do you survive? Sominsu's gonna have another grab in like 5 seconds.
Well, all signs indicate a full hold by Vancouver Titans. Boston Uprising going to need to win a big fight to get any chance to keep this map going. Unless they don't have a crazy defense. They do get Huxall early, that's a good start, but a Shatter comes in. All right, Graviton Surge as well. Sound barrier used now by the Titans to try to stay alive. Counter Shatter comes in from Bumper. Meanwhile, a lot of members locked up in the crowd from Vancouver. They get someone to the point just in time to force overtime. 1 tick taken here.
Sominsu dying right there is huge, though. They only have 4 members left on the Titans. This looks like too aggressive an attack.
Oh, they charge into each other, and Fusions can't stay up. Vancouver Titans with an opportunity here as Huxall gets back to the point in time. Starts to get the healing rolling, Bumper down anyway. Looks like Boston might have actually found it. How in the world? Well, I'll tell you how, man. Vancouver got themselves split up.
I mean, that is such a clutch kill onto Sominsu at the end there. Also, great presence of mind of Color Hex to switch to the Widowmaker to try and cover on the point. That means they're going to wrap it up. So Boston Uprising takes advantage of a sloppy engagement there from the Titans, and they're going to turn it in to a pretty nice advantage here. And now, because of that, they're going to have 3 support ults on this push. Only a Transcendence available from the Titans, and oh, this could be a really fast snowball.
This is the turnaround you want if you're Boston. They managed to make it work. Miracle play, man. Now they're throwing in the self-destruct. No kills out of that one, but they've got Vancouver split up. They do get Janu, actually, with that self-destruct. AimGod finishes him off. Now it's going to be the sound barrier Transcendence from Vancouver to try to keep Bumper alive. Dropped low, got healed just in the nick of time here, but Boston's still on the point. Ooh, Haksal gets one. There goes Bumper. Transcendence coming in from the Uprising side now to try to keep everybody alive. And with the kills coming in from Boston, they've got a chance to maybe get some time. Janu self-destruct doesn't pick up anybody here. Fusion stays alive too. Boston resilient in this attack. And they're actually doing it, man. Now Bumper comes back in again. He's not going to live too long. They're going to force him right back off the point again. And Vancouver Titans talk about dropping the ball. And I'm not just talking about wrecking ball, man. This defense collapsed so fast. Fusion's finally down. Can the Titans turn this one?
I think they can with that sound barrier, Doa. They're slowly whittling away the members.
Well, Twilight. Node finds another one. Blase back in on the Hammond here, and AimGod has the Transcendence, the Zenyatta ultimate, keeping everybody healed, but Vancouver still with the advantage. They're going to push everyone back, so at the last possible second, they managed to get a bit of stability on point B.
Yeah, Node going to get out, too, without being D-backed, so that is a major win. Because otherwise there's a stagger on the D.Va here on this final point. Can be absolutely devastating. But still, Vancouver playing with fire a little bit. That was an excellent opportunity for the Uprising to come in and just go ahead and clean sweep this map with plenty of time left on the clock.
Yeah.
Vancouver holds on, though, just barely.
I mean, Vancouver really got away with one there. That was nearly a guaranteed one fight from Boston. I mean, oh, big shatter coming in from Bumper now. Knocks a lot of members of Uprising down, but they got the sound barrier off anyway. Color Hex taken out early. Bumper somehow got him with the charge, but they paid for it with a kill onto Haksal here. Janu with that self-destruct. Doesn't hit anybody with it, but they do manage to demech Note throughout all of that as well.
Gotta stay on the point now. Only that little bit of a tick remaining.
Yep. Yeah, Bumper died, but what else is new? Oh, and AimGod, the Transcendence just a little bit too late to save Fusions. And Vancouver Titans, they're going to hold this thing for a little bit longer. And now we're down to just a minute remaining for Boston on the attack.
I mean, Color Hex dying at the start of that attack was absolutely devastating. That should never have been a shatter that hits. And guess who's here, Doa? It's Bumper.
I've seen this one before.
Yeah, you know how this movie ends, but it probably... No, they're not going to check for a Reinhardt potentially right here because you wouldn't see the Reinhardt necessarily from this position.
You would not expect it most of the time, but now Bumper in a little bit of trouble. They got the Zarya shield on him to try to keep him alive, but he did get booped back towards the Boston Uprising team. It's a melee in front, and Bumper falls first. Vancouver Titans, are they giving it away another one? Sound barrier comes in, but Boston just gets to slow push the point and let that shield expire here. Now Vancouver trying to use a rally. They're going to do a solo grab onto Somitsu. Can they finish him? Self-destruct takes out Color Hex. And oh no, Boston losing everybody. Vancouver Titans have held again, and now they're getting aggressive. If they can finish off Kelix, that's going to seal the deal. They do just that.
And now they have to use Wrecking Ball, the Boston Uprising, simply to get back to the point in time.
Yep, trying to race a Wrecking Ball. Fusions is there, but he's not going to make it. Can he even face overtime? They use the shatter, and Bumper just dancing around on there. They can't reach the point, and that's going to be Vancouver barely holding it. It got a little bit silly at the end there, but they got the
crouching
job done.
was real, and it did get a little bit silly, Noah.
That's Vancouver, though. This is what we're used to seeing from these guys now. They managed to defend despite kind of giving their opponents every opportunity. See, Fusion's trying to give his team a pep talk there, as that's got to be a frustrating one. Quick break, and then Vancouver on the attack, trying to win it.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Vancouver Titans with the lead here and a hold on point B here on Temple of Anubis. Remember, this is match point here for the Titans. If they can win this map, they will win the series and move on to the semifinals on Saturday. Boston, of course, knows that. You got to dig deep, man. This is the moment. You got to put up a crazy solid defense.
You know, Doa, I thought we might see something that was a little more all-in on point A.
Scary pillar.
I thought we might see the Boston Uprising going for something that wasn't Rein 3-3, but they're going for the Rein 3-3. They're going to fake Winston 3-3 probably with fusions. We'll keep an eye on his position. No, they're not. He's just going to stand on the high ground. They're going to defend the choke point. So everything is very standard right now.
All right, Vancouver Titans going for a quick left rotation. Trying to come around through that narrow stairway. Push Boston off the high ground. Remember, all they need to do is take A and then take most of point B to win the map and the series. All over Boston right now. They come back in with a little stun onto Bumper. Hawks all down early. Good start for Boston. Can they continue? Ooh, Janu down as well. So it looks like Boston Uprising building some crucial ult advantage here. But Bumper already has the Earth Shatter actually on Vancouver.
He did so much damage just waltzing through that choke point.
Swing away with that hammer and you build it fast.
Yeah, I mean,
probably a good fire strike too through the middle of the Boston team. That builds a lot of charge.
It definitely can. Fusion's up near his as well, but very standard defense. Nothing too weird here from the Titans. Now, Titans have an opportunity to actually push onto the high ground and maybe drop onto the point with Shatter, but they're just going to go through the choke one more time.
Yep, that's the plan. I think they're going to maybe try to surprise him with that Shatter, and they weren't expecting it. That's your Shatter coming in. Bumper down as he gets aggressive, though. Fusion's used his as well, and it's going to be Boston Uprising coming out on top.
Fusion's got that Shatter up on the approach, and what a heads-up play from Fusions to use it immediately on the counter. Obviously, Vancouver did not think Fusions had the Shatter up, and he barely managed to pull it off in time.
I mean, that's Fusions on Reinhardt. That's one of the reasons why this guy has been such a standout performance so early on. I mean, he's a rookie, man. They brought him up from contenders, and he's been performing so well. And
they got to get him back, though. That's the problem. He's not on the point.
He'll get back. There we go. All right, rally on both sides. Both teams get that extra armor from the Brigida. Now the sound barrier comes into Boston. It's going to be the Graviton Surge. Vancouver, can they follow anything up with that, though? Haksal really low. Can they keep him alive? They can't keep Bumper alive. That's the problem. Twilight caught by that self-destruct as well. And now Vancouver reeling a little bit, although they will have some ultimates coming up on this next fight, whereas Boston's going to be a little bit lacking in that category.
That's right, and it's so bad because they used their trance and their sound barrier and stacked them on top of each other, despite the fact that Vancouver did not have the self-destruct to throw into that Graviton Surge. So Boston, yeah, I think that was a bit of a misuse of their ult economy there, and they reset themselves.
Well, here we go. Sound barrier used by Vancouver as they just try to get in there and brawl with Boston Uprising and Fusions, the first to fall, and I think there's going to be a lot left. It's going to be the go-ahead Earth Shatter from Bumper to finish off the members of Boston. That's going to almost certainly be a point A take for the Titans.
But that was a good play from the Boston Uprising because they knew they were at a massive disadvantage, so they had to play aggressively. Charge and see if you can get the lucky Reinhardt charge kill. You forced out the sound barrier, so not all is lost, and Boston actually is able to recharge a lot of their ults as a result of that. So that's really smart shot calling from the Boston Uprising, but it's still, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, they're going to have the Transcendence for Aim God, but Twilight's got his already too. So when it all comes down to it, Vancouver, I think, just as well equipped as Boston coming into this one. Rallies are going to be in parity. Blase just getting his now. It's going to be the earlier rally coming in from Vancouver. Boston responding in kind. This is the fight. Janu down early. Fusions finds a good one as Janu tries to go for his self-destruct, taking advantage of him being out of the mech. There goes Bumper. So Titan's not going to take it on this push.
That was a great Shatter from Fusions.
Yet another one.
Yeah, they knew that the self-destruct was going to be available. Fusions was playing around that. Manages to eliminate Janu when he's in his Pilot Diva form after tossing his mech out right there. And they start building up some of their support ultimates as well. Vancouver was desperate to get in there. They reset themselves. So 4 minutes, still a long, long time for the Boston Uprising, but it's starting out well here on the B defense.
Yeah. And they've just got to hold on. You know, I mean, if you had heart rate monitors hooked up to these guys right now, they'd be going crazy. But you just got to stay calm, fight the fights as they come. make your ults efficient. Graviton serves by the Titans as they decide to go on the attack there. Blase down early, Bumper with a big charge. Janu demech though, no, that self-destruct could change things. Bumper down, he gets caught by it. So Boston with a chance to come back in this fight, they do. Maybe another hold for Boston, but they need to use nearly everything for that.
Yeah, and the thing about that, Doa, is that while we had the Boston Uprising come in, they had to use that Graviton Surge because Seomin-Soo used his aggressively, so they got the pin. That means that they're able to really commit into that fight, and they have to in many ways because they're already a player down, so they have to use a Transcendence. Maybe they would have liked to have saved that. And now Vancouver Titans, they're walking in with a trance. They're going to have that sound barrier available to them. Lots of sticking power with healing for the Titans onto this point.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things with the Titans is they came into point B with so much time in the time bank that you have time to be a bit leisurely in your pushes. You can build up those ultimates and come at them with a huge advantage. Vancouver, a little bit of poking, a little bit more damage, and they're going to have that big ult advantage. But Vancouver doesn't poke. They just attack. That's it. They're going in right now. Transcend, so they can't keep Bumper alive. Oh, Bumper, why do you do this to us? That's a great shatter again from Fusions to throw down against Seomin-Soo. Fusions down, though, after using his own ultimate. Doesn't matter. Kelix is going to grab two, and Boston holding again. Vancouver, I think they need to tighten things up a little bit here. These last couple pushes have looked a bit sloppy.
I mean, Bumper was too far in front of his team, so he actually got line of sight cut off from the Transcendence, so he didn't get healing. That's another good shot call by the Boston Uprising. And they come out of that, they only had to use the Shatter and the Sound Barrier, so they'll be feeling comfortable on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, Bumper wants to go deep when he attacks. Let him, let him get in there.
Cut him off with a Rhine Shield. You can just make sure he doesn't get healed.
Yeah. Boston really kind of doing a good job picking apart Vancouver's preferred method of attacking here right now. We'll see if they can keep it up. Vancouver with a few more ultimates. They're going to have the Graviton Surge self-destruct combo between Seomin-Soo and Janu in just a moment here. As they push forward, Boston Uprising uses a rally, getting that extra armor here. There's a sound barrier from Vancouver. Where's the combo? Seomin-Soo waiting for a chance to drop that grab. That mini black hole in there. There's the Graviton Surge right now. Janu, is he going to use the self-destruct? Yes, he is. Seomin-Soo charge up. A lot of damage. That's a great move. Big play from Slime to set up the double kill. They lose Hawksaw. Fusion, though, gets nothing with the return shatter, and that could be it right there. Vancouver Titans winning the fight they needed to fight, and now can they handle the respawns? They're halfway there. They just got to get to that yellow tick to finish this map and finish the series. They're so close. And they've got it. That is it. Vancouver Titans will take Temple of Anubis. That's a 3-0.
And they make it look easy, Noah.
They really do.
All right, this was always going to be a hard match for the Boston Uprising against our #1 seed here in the Stage 1 playoffs. Vancouver comes in and plays exactly like we expect them to. Boston Uprising tries to meet them in the 3-3 and falls short.
Yep, that's right. I think Boston Uprising, especially on Anubis, had a good game plan coming into this one. Definitely a solid team. They're out of the Stage 1 playoffs now, but they did make Vancouver work for it a bit. And certainly going to be a team to watch out for as Stage 2 gets rolling.
I wish we had seen some more looks from the Boston Uprising, Noah. I wish we had seen them try something a bit crazier, because I think trying to fight Vancouver in a mirror is sort of a fool's errand.
Yeah. Well, as many teams have tried, and so far no one's been able to do it. Vancouver Titans, if you include the regular stage, they're 8-0 in matches now in this season, and they're looking pretty unstoppable. With New York out of the playoff picture too, Vancouver's looking like a favorite. Let's talk to one of them right now. Danny has Hawksaw waiting for an interview.
Monty and Dua, thank you very much. Yes, that is correct. I am here with Hawksaw from Vancouver Titans. Congratulations, you guys will be moving up to the semifinals. And now, Hawksaw, I gotta ask, since NYXL is now out of the picture, do you feel like you guys will have an easier time winning Stage 1 playoffs? 자, 아무래도 아쉽게 좀 뉴욕이 탈락을 해서 스테이지 1 플레이오프 좀 더 쉽게 밴쿠버 팀이 우승을 할까 생각을 하는데 어떻게 생각하시나요?
저는 지금 하던 대로만 하면 쉽게 우승할 것 같아요.
So I feel like if we just play like how we've been continuously been playing, I feel like we will definitely be winning the Stage 1 playoffs. All right, and also talking about the playoffs, on Saturday, you guys will be now facing off against Seoul Dynasty. How do you think that affects your preparation? 자, 아무래도 좀 많은 분들이 뉴욕과의 경기를 할 거라고 예상을 했지만은 이제 서울과 경기를 하게 될 텐데 좀 어떻게 준비 과정이 좀 많이 달라질 거라고 생각하시나요?
준비는 그냥 지금까지 하는 대로 연습하면 그냥 다 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
I feel like if we just keep practicing and play how we've always been practicing, I think it's going to be an easy fight anyways. All right, cool. Thank you very much, Haksal. That's it from me. Back to you, Monty and Dua.
Thank you, Danny. And yeah, it's hard to disagree with Haksal making it look easy there. And I'd say, yeah, keep doing what you're doing, man. That's going to mean our first semifinal on Saturday is going to be the Vancouver Titans taking on the Seoul Dynasty. That should be a really sick match. Kind of the old guard of Korean Overwatch versus the new guard. That should be a fun one. And a lot of players who have played each other in finals in Korea, actually, back in Apex.
Yeah, you look at players like Haksal, you know, definitely a classic matchup up against the old Lunatic High roster, which forms the core of the Seoul Dynasty. So a lot of storylines going into that one. Should be really fun to watch, especially if Seoul can continue rolling and maybe pull off another upset.
That is going to be an awesome match, man. I'm excited. Let's talk about our player of the match. Who do you think it is, Monty? Doesn't matter, don't answer. I'll tell you, it's Bumper. That's right, the main tank for Vancouver Titans. You know, he's crazy, he's insane, he loses his team's fights once in a while, but he mostly wins. He attack, he don't really protect, but he usually
definitely
wins.
does not protect very much.
He's not really protect.
He's all about the damage for the Reinhardt, all about making space for the rest of his team.
That's right.
And that's exactly what he's going to do in the match tonight. One of course, the most fun personalities I think we have in the Overwatch League. His play style also speaks for itself.
Absolutely. Bumper, our Omen by HP player of the match for our second quarterfinal match here on the Overwatch League. And yeah, what can you say? This guy's a ton of fun. Look at those stats. His deaths, pretty high, but hey, he got just as many ultimate stuns as he did deaths there. I don't know if that's a good stat or not really, Bumper, but you know, you entertain us.
He definitely does.
I appreciate that.
He definitely does.
That's right. Well, we'll see if he can keep it up. The thing is like, Vancouver Titans have just been so crazy, right? Coming in as one of our expansion teams this year, really rolling over nearly everybody they met. Only a couple 3-2s in there against Chengdu, I believe, and Guangzhou Charge was one of them. But man, what a day of Overwatch it was. Of course, in our first series, we saw that awesome Seoul victory over NYXL. Vancouver taking it in style later against Boston. We're not done yet, guys, so stay tuned. The Watchpoint post show is coming up next. Can't wait for another set of playoffs as well tomorrow. Watch that post show, get some sleep, come back again. We'll see you there.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
What's up and good evening. Welcome back to another edition of the Watch Point Post Show, live from the Blizzard Arena in Los Angeles. You already know who I am. I'm your boy, Malik Forte, joined at the desk by Zoe Brand and the man who finally is freed from Visa Hell, Sideshow. What's up, man?
It's a beautiful feeling.
We missed you, man. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'd love to say I miss all of you as well. I miss most of you.
Wow.
Brent I could live without. Brent I could live without.
I feel like you guys got a lot to hash out because there's been a lot of talk about you while you were gone.
I carry this boy's position on the desk for an entire stage.
Carry's a strong word, isn't it?
I carry it. I carry it.
I don't believe it for a moment.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, look, before we get into you guys going back and forth, we've got a super stacked show today. And speaking of super, he's here too. He'll be joining us later on. Super, the main tank from the San Francisco Shock, will be on here later. But guys, we need to get into the matches. Starting off with the Seoul Dynasty, who came into our first match of the day, trying to make the most of their first ever playoff appearance, and calling it a monumental upset would be a monumental understatement. The Seoul Dynasty, they came out full steam ahead.
They did, and you know what? I love that we all had like some sort of conspiracy theories going into this. It was like, oh, they're not fielding Fisher. We came up with like all sorts of weird ideas why that is, but you know what? I don't think it was anything. I think they just practiced with this team on control and then headed on to the other maps, and it all worked out for them.
One of the weirdest games that I have ever seen. Very unpredictable. Two almost completely different rosters.
Well, it's ruined half of our bracket.
It really has.
Hasn't it?
Well, ruined is
more
the
than
wrong word. It's ruined our anticipation of what the bracket would be.
Right.
But who knows? If Seoul's able to take down New York, and they have this kind of slow style where also Fisher's playing like a maniac, because honestly, Fisher bodied Mano in the neutral, as Super would say.
In the neutral.
In the neutral, Mano got absolutely worked.
Worked him, didn't he?
Absolutely
but
worked.
Have we ever seen a bigger upset than this in the Overwatch League?
No,
I
mean...
In some of the regular season games, maybe, but not in a playoff situation.
Maybe the Fusion last year?
Maybe, but kind of people thought the Fusion were like a big team.
Yeah, formidable, right.
Yeah, and Seoul have been looking kind of weak, and they haven't really been doing that much over the course of the stage so far, and now they just show up.
And on top of that, they go into the game with not their typical starting lineup. They go in with Zumba, they have Toby out there, they have Fitz. It's a completely different lineup.
I'll tell you what, though, New York are the most clutch team I've ever witnessed, even when everything is going badly for them, even when Mano, for some reason, is getting dominated in the game. As soon as Nene and Jonak decide that they want to win fights, and Meko as well in this one was unreal, eats the grab and then destroys them. A four-man bomb.
Shouldn't have won this fight.
Yeah, no, they shouldn't have won this map. This should have been the 3-0, in my opinion, to the Seoul Dynasty, but New York decided that was not going to happen.
You know, I really enjoyed seeing Jonak switch off to that Mei, and you said something back in the control room about wanting to see Jonak play some DPS. I'd be into that.
Unbelievable.
He plays Ascend as if it's a DPS. I don't think it's going to be a big difference. It just looks different because the spells will look different. Overall, though, like I honestly was incredibly impressed with how Seoul Dynasty won this. They outplayed on every role.
Yeah.
Honestly, on every role. Even though there were moments of brilliance in New York's team, as always, you know, with those clutch moments we saw from Fisher, from Meko. It was just overall, if you look at the statistics at the end of it, it was just flat out was a better Zarya. It was Fisher being a better Reinhardt. Never thought I would be saying this.
Yeah, no, incredibly strange day. Incredibly strange match to start it off. That was madness, wasn't it?
Yeah, Michelle imposed his will. So he was in their heads the entire game, and it ended up costing the NYXL because they were trying to stop Michelle. But I got to say, we heard Jonak say during a post-game interview that he would never lose to Ryo Jae-hong.
Yeah,
and he did.
Here he is. You know, that's the moment where some stuff just doesn't age well, like that very moment from Jonak.
Like our brackets.
I love how much how much history we have between those two players, and I love to see Ryo Jae-hong back on his final form. He has been doing so much better. He died like a third as much as Jonak. And that's an insane amount of time. We have to, however, do look at the time played, right? It's 10 more minutes for Jonak on Zenyatta than we saw from Ryo Jae-hong. So the stats might be skewed a little bit.
That 10 minutes must have been outrageous feeding from Jonak.
Outrageous feeding.
They were totally level up until that 10 minutes, and Jonak just, I don't know,
just went off.
I will say, though, listen, we got to give credit to Seoul. Like, this is the Seoul Dynasty that we were expecting last year.
Yeah.
They're finally turning up now. They look very solid. This team on paper as well, stacked talent from head to toe. I'm very pleased that we now have a new contender for the top spots in the Overwatch English League now as well.
Yeah,
Join the big dogs.
Yeah, I think Titans will give them a run for their money. But what I want to break down is I heard groans all across the desk there when we saw that grab at the end. We were groaning in the back room as well. But I want to take a closer look at that play that actually lost the NYXL that game, because there's a real crucial element. Now, you'll see that this is only 2 seconds left, and a 6-ult fight is available here for the NYXL. So a big chance of them being able to win. But with Michelle at 95% and so far away from the rest of his team, if they manage to get the pick onto Michelle, they've won this fight. So Nene, as he's moving over, he just sees a flash, a hint out of the corner of his eye, his peripheral vision. Nene's got the eyes of a hunter and sees Michelle over there. And so just decides to absolutely yeet his grab. Oh! But Michelle has no idea that he's dodged this. The assumption from Nene is that if he can find the pick on Michelle and he thinks he's gone through the doorway, they have definitely won that fight. So I don't think that that's a throw. I think it's very high risk for sure, and it didn't end up working out for them, but Nene had a decent idea in that fight at least, but the execution wasn't quite there, and honestly, kind of crazy to go for it.
It's risky.
He saw a flash in like 300 milliseconds.
But imagine it if it would have worked out.
Yeah, we would have been calling him a god, and they would have reversed.
It would have been
Didn't. They're
insane.
out.
I mean, with your stage playoff life on the line, is that really the play you want to make, though? Is it really? Like
Clutch Masters?
I mean, it goes to show you how dominant Michelle was that entire match. He really had a great match. But guys, we've got a lot more Watchpoint post-show coming your way, including the top-seeded Titans taking on the underdog Uprising. And man, I gotta say, Sideshow, so good to have you back on the desk, man. Everything been good since you've been back so far?
Yeah, nothing's gone wrong. Yeah, no, I've had a great first day. There's been no problems. Don't know why you'd ask.
What's up, man? How can I help you?
Hi, man. My name's Josh Wilkinson. I don't have my badge on me at the moment. This is my first day. I work on the Watchpoint show. I was here all last year, but...
Can I see ID?
Sorry, I don't have any ID on me at the moment.
No ID? Okay.
I was here all last year. I could pull up a Twitch board if you'd like. I was on the broadcast.
So you've been here before?
Yeah, I've been here before. I've been here. Sideshow, it might be under. Big forehead.
You don't look familiar, man, and you're not on the list. So,
No?
Oh, what's up, Brendan?
How's it going?
Hey, man, pretty good, man, thanks.
I work with him. I'm his partner, Brent.
Sorry, man. If you want, I can give him.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. High ground or low ground, T-Mobile has you covered.
Welcome back to the Watchpoint Post Show. Now, after that huge upset in our first match of the day, the Vancouver Titans want to show why they came into Stage 1 a cut above the rest. And you better believe they did exactly that at Ilios. They came out, and what was a bit of a clown circus of a match. And they were able to show that they're still the most dominant team in the league.
Ilios was bizarre. Honestly, like it was just bizarre to watch them go up against each other. I didn't see too much strategic depth in per se. Like this one in specific. In this round, I feel like they forgot about the point about twice or maybe 3 times even. Bumper died first things out of the gate. However, Vancouver still got the point to, like, I think 15 or 16% at least.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was just confused there.
This was very telling. I think that Boston had prepped well for this match. They came in with a lot of unique compositions, a lot of unique strategies to try and deal with what Vancouver Titans were running at them. But it comes back to the main issue that I pointed at, that I thought that Boston were going to be struggling with, and that's dealing with this high-tempo gameplay that Vancouver Titans, love to just play into their opponents. And when you're playing that high tempo, it will throw off your shot calling, it will throw off your ult tracking, it will throw off your ability to really set up a lot of these fights, which Boston rely on all the bloody time. So I can't say I'm surprised by this result. In the end, this is exactly how I thought the game was going to go.
Yeah, I also thought that the NYXL Seoul game would be a little bit like this. Well, that turned out to not be the case. So although this is how I expected this game to go, it's and it does bode very well for the Titans. Who knows? The playoffs is such a different beast, and I don't think you can be too harsh on Boston here. No. Although they didn't really perform in this match, it wasn't close, it was a complete stomping. The Titans are just such an unbelievably good team that we basically thought coming into these playoffs that it was Titans and NYXL and everybody else.
But that's why I'm not quite understanding why Boston Uprising thought that they can just play the same game as Titans here. I do think they should have gone a little bit more creative, come with, just something out of the ordinary, because they tried to fight fire with fire, but they really were just like using a lighter to go up against a wildfire. Like it was just not working.
Yeah, I think the problem for that is that Boston aren't really a flexible team as well. I don't think they really have that much strategic depth in terms of being able to play a bunch of different compositions. Certainly Fusions is very comfortable on his role in the Reinhardt triple-triple, so they're kind of limited in that sense.
Any more small victories they can take away from this match?
Yeah, they've got more time to focus on stage 2.
Okay.
Fair enough.
He should be a coach.
Yeah, right? Get him in there. Get him in there. Bryn, that was a highly anticipated Reinhardt face-off that we saw, but what did you see from that Bumper pretty much outclassing Fusions the entire game?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting matchup between these two main tanks, because it's two teams that are kind of led by their main tank players, except they have drastically different styles in the way that they play. In that Bumper is overly aggressive and Fusion's maybe a little bit more on the defensive side, at least compared to Bumper. And you can see how that kind of plays out for them. But it is the one interesting stat that I do find here is the fact that Bumper is almost matching Fusions on deaths, and it was still a roll, which is just telling of the entire series, isn't it? Like, he just plays like a maniac once again every single time, and he gets away with it because his team, their man's back in at the end of the day.
Right. Well, I got a question for you guys, because coming into this, I'm trying to keep it together.
I know. Man's backing. You're a fool.
Right?
You're a British fool.
So coming into today, a lot of people
I'll have your back, Joe.
In their bracket, it was New York and Vancouver.
Sorry, Malik.
At the end. No, you're good. You're good. It's New York versus Vancouver. A lot of people picked them too, right? So with New York out, who is going to be the team to beat Vancouver? Is there anyone left, or is the bracket pretty much free to Vancouver?
I think most people would expect that the bracket's a little bit free to Vancouver, but I think I'm not just saying this because Super's going to be on the show a little bit later, but I do think the San Francisco Shock are the next team that you should be looking at to try and take that. When they actually played against the Titans, it was 4-0, but it was a very competitive 4-0. And I know you guys will have heard that all the time because they also got 4-0 by the NYXL. But Shock are actually a really good team. I think unanimously across the board, people are saying they're the third best team behind what people were assuming would be Titans and then NYXL. So I think they're the team to do it if anyone can.
All right. Well, fair enough. Guys, we'll be right back, but don't go anywhere, because right after the break, we'll be joined by Super from the Shock. And of course, we've got our most over-the-top moments of the day. Stick around. This is Watchpoint.
The Overwatch League is powered by Intel. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7. And by Omen by HP, the official PC and display of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. We're joined now by a very super special guest. One of the youngest players in the league is the San Francisco Shock main tank. Super dog. How's it going, man? Tell me, how are you feeling coming into the playoffs?
You know what, Malik? I'm feeling great. After today, I'm feeling great.
I wonder why you're feeling great, dude. I just want to know right about how you feeling about that upset earlier of the NYXL.
Yeah, honestly, I was pretty surprised watching it because we had played Seoul in the tiebreaker for the 6 and 7 seed, and we honestly didn't play that well. So I thought Seoul was going to get rolled over, but I don't know, they changed something.
Yeah. A lot of people say like playoffs is a different beast. It's like where the time when a lot of upsets happen and stuff like that. Do you think that's actually valid? Like, do you think with your extensive experience of playing in 0 playoffs last season, but watching a lot of teams in playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of, lackluster in that area, but I mean, LW Blue, like the team NYXL, obviously, they have a lot of, experience of choking in playoffs, especially back in like Apex in Korea.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe they just need to work on like
mental
their mentality,
fortitude.
yeah, when they get on stage, yeah.
Yeah. And I find it very interesting what you just said because you guys beat them 3-0 yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they were just too busy preparing for NY. Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe.
Could be.
I doubt it,
Could be.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Now, Malik mentioned you are one of, if not the youngest player in the league. Who knows?
One of them. Who knows?
You're definitely young. Let's put it that
Yeah.
way. Is there any player on your team or any other team where you look to as a mentor or a role model?
Yeah, well, last season specifically, we had Dak on our team, and he was he was the oldest player in the league, and I think just he had a lot of experience in competitive aspects, not just in games, but with he was a poker player as well. So I think he knows how to keep his pressure, and I definitely talked to him, and he was a pretty good friend of mine. So
do you keep in touch?
Not as much as I should, but sometimes.
Shout out to Dak.
Yeah, I love you, Dak. I got you, Dak.
All right, super. I want to hear some heat now, all right? This is why we brought you on. We knew you got a big mouth. We want
All
to
right,
see you
let's
use it, all right? Most overrated team in the league right now.
Ooh.
Go ham. Go. This is it. The world's your oyster.
I'm gonna say Fusion.
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 Ooh. Why? Why is that?
I mean, I don't think they're bad. I just think they're really inconsistent. So.
All right. Okay.
All right.
That's actually very vanilla. I'm quite disappointed.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I feel like that's a popular consensus for many people. All right, so Super, we like to do this thing called Rapid Fire Questions, a little game we play with our guests here at the desk, but this time we're thinking of putting a little spin on it since we got you here. So you quickly need to answer if whatever we say is super good or super bad.
Oh, boy.
You ready for that?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
All right, first question, pineapple on pizza.
Super neutral.
What?
That was
It's like neutral.
Already. Back it up. Super good or super bad?
I don't mind it one way or the other, so it's like a
I'm
neutral.
actually with you though.
Yeah.
Like I'm about
yeah,
that.
Yeah, people are like
people
one
go
way.
too crazy about this
I agree.
pineapple on pizza thing. I'm
I mean,
also with you.
he's a main tank player, so neutral. Yeah, I get it. All right.
All right. Goats.
Bad. Super bad.
All right. Eamon.
Super good.
Yeah.
Have you seen him? Have you seen him?
I've seen him, bro.
I'm inspired a little
7
bit.
foot. I hear he's got a 40-inch vertical leap.
Yeah.
Dude's crazy.
What about Bumper then?
Yeah.
What is this?
Come on, bro.
He's all right. He's all right.
Super all right.
He's super all right.
Super all right. Doesn't want to give it to him. All right. Philadelphia sports teams.
Just not inspired. Super bad.
Super bad? All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Changing it,
Cool.
bro.
Is it because of the fusion you're saying that? Or?
No, just overall.
Overall? Okay, fair enough.
Okay, Smurf, aka direct competition within the team.
No, he's super good. I like Smurf.
Okay.
All right.
There you go.
Well, how do you rate yourself if Smurf is super good?
Just jumping in, are you? All right.
Like super good. Like super good.
Super good.
All right, NYXL.
After today, I thought they were, before I thought they were super good. Maybe they got some things they got to work on, but super mediocre. I don't know.
Super mediocre.
Yeah, fantastic answer so far. All right, Defiant, the team you're playing against next.
I actually think they're pretty good. I actually want to say I think they're super good.
Okay, all right.
Okay, respect.
A lot of respect.
Respecting the opponent. I'm with it. All right, guys. Well, thank you, Super, but don't go anywhere because you're going to help us break down our top 5 moments of the day.
Nice.
It's time for Over the Top. And guys, We're going to get this thing kicking off with...
Stuck in the northeast of England, are you? What do you mean?
I've been
How long have you been here for?
Oh, I've been double dipping. The pay's been too good. You don't know about the Twitch Prime, man. This
is unreal. We've been literally an hour subs, and they should have been
Stuck
using them on twitch.tv/Bren.
Sideshow completely swindled us, man.
The
You're back to the
opportunity
hotel.
to shill immediately. Yeah, well, I mean, what can I say? The oats is a dangerous thing to get addicted to.
How about Jonak switching on to that Mei to save Skya? That's pretty dope, right?
You know what's funny? He did this last year against our team on Anubis. It was like stage 3. He came on a Mei and he just got 3 headshots in a row and just killed 3 people. We're like, what just happened to us?
Yeah, you got farmed.
That's what no, we actually got hustled in the neutral. It was kind of crazy.
Was that a bad throwback for you?
Yeah,
Like,
we actually talked because we were watching it and we were like, wait, that just happened to us last year.
Yeah, deja vu there. All right, Bumper doing this thing on the Boston Uprising, flexing all over the place. Lots of emotes from him this game.
Yeah, what do you actually think about Bumper then, Super? Because you said he was like, but people criticize him for being like too all in, but the guy is super good, right?
Yeah, I think his playstyle works just because he has like a really great supporting cast. Like he has Genu and Slime, and I think they're probably like right now the best in their positions just because the peel they make for Bumper is like almost second to none.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. Good response. What do you think about emoting in game?
You can do it if you're popping off.
Yeah.
Only if you're popping off.